God never created institutional government. When God created the human race, he did not create institutional government. There is no record of God establishing government. The greatest and most successful government on earth is self-government.
The world class.
What up? Welcome to the World Class. I am Noble Miguel Mario Tinuka Bay, Moorish American Muslim, consecrated and appointed missionary in the Moorish Science Temple of America. Today we're going to talk about Roe versus Wade. Not a deep, in-depth look at it, but just wanted to kind of look over a few things. I've been, if you notice, the background and shit, that's like a Dragon Ball Z video playing. Trying to get my stream game up, learn how to rock with OBS. Get StreamYard and everything happening. The channel ain't the world class. I gotta get world class shit going on at some point, right? I've been just in the back, just doing shit. A couple of videos I put out. Shout out to Big Mike. They doing well, but watch hours is pretty cool. Just trying to perfect the craft, Better to measure 10 times and cut once and only measure once and had to cut 10 times. If you watching, let me know if you can hear me at all. I'm just talking. I don't even know if I can be heard. I done did so much shit. Let me see. Let me talk with the thing. Okay. Yeah, I see my thing jumping off. Okay. Alright. Type a 1 in the chat if I sound okay. I've been doing so much stuff, I don't know what the hell is going on. I created a little soundboard, right? But I can't hear it. Like, y'all should be able to hear it. Let me see. Actually gonna test it right now. I'm gonna test it. I might hear something. I can hear it. Yeah, I can hear myself, right? So I got a little.
Okay, what?
That's my son. If you can hear, I can't hear it. I'm a little technical. Let me see.
Okay, what?
Yeah, so he can come through. I heard that. Alright, so we do come through the stream. I ain't just practicing, man. We're trying to get some stuff going, man. We got a little soundboard going on back here.
Oh,
Got some stuff.
oh.
Got some stuff.
Who the fuck is this nigga, bro?
Got some stuff. I'm just trying to work it out and perfect it. I get in a little bit of pieces at a time. But the topic, right? Yeah, this is important, man. Thank you, Brother Bernard. I didn't see this coming anytime soon. So it hasn't actually been overturned, but a draft has been written up. What I want to do is kind of just read these two things real quick, and then I'm gonna open the panel because I'm not about to run my mouth all day because I haven't really delved deep into it. But I have I want to actually get in one case that they do tie to this. Was talking to Big Mike Drop earlier. Shout out to the Big Mike Drop. They always tie Dred Scott case to this. So that's a case that, as Moorish American, we look at that a lot, and it's definitely something I'm gonna look at. We're gonna go over on this channel. So let me just hop on to it a little bit. All right, let's just bring it up. All right, but first, I kind of forgot that I had this going on, right? First, let's be clear, because this thing of this trimester, that trimester that goes on with this discussion, and I find it insulting. Like, I don't like to have my intelligence insulted. I'm gonna put this in the chat real quick. The page is gonna go dark for a second, and then it'll be back. Working out the kinks. Okay, so you see child, right? I'm not gonna do this the whole time. I know y'all don't like etymology and shit, but you see child, right? Noun, Old English. I think that's a child. First word you see is fetus, infant, unborn, and newly born person. So it's included all of these things. That's what a child is. So a fetus being killed is child murder. You can screenshot this. I put the link in the description, you know, for your own research and your own study or whatever. I had to like get that out because it's just like, it's satanic what's going on with this shit, man. I don't understand why it's okay to kill children. I don't understand it. But we're about to look at some stuff. All right, let me drop this shit out. So I got this. You see this? I got it, right? You said I make it up. A child. It's a fetus, infant, unborn, newly born person, right? It even says womb, right? Pregnant. Child home. I don't like. It's just crazy to me. I know, you know, the gossip and the anger and all that. But here we gonna get research done. We gonna, like I said, get this thing to a genius level. Got to bring research in. I understand the so-called black manosphere or the manosphere, or the black sector in YouTube is, you know, it's about a lot of color commentary, which is cool. But I come from a different community, but we back everything we say up with research. So we do research around here. Maybe inconveniencing to some people, but that's y'all problem, not mine. I don't got time for it. Let me pull this up now. Let's drop this bad boy. Put my beautiful face up here. I look like somebody took care of me, right? Like, listen, this I'm really like working on this. Like, I can even have, let me see. Like, I can have it playing, like you can hear the audio. I can't hear it right now. So I'm trying to work on that. It's probably stupid ass loud, right? But I'm working on it, man. I'm trying to get myself together. I'm trying to grow up real weird, man. I'm trying to be an adult. Get myself together. You know what I mean? Right. Still struggle streaming. So, how y'all week been? It's Wednesday, right? This is a big deal though. Like, I don't want to underplay it. I just kind of want to rush because I got this 5-year-old and he's 5. You know how 5-year-olds are. They be 5-ing, and you know, they like to do 5-ish stuff. And but you know, he's awesome. He's over there on his headphones, being an awesome 5-year-old. So I'm being a good son. So yeah. So let's get a little, if you've never looked at Roe versus Wade, it's a decent little website. The link to this website is in the description already. That's what researchers do. We do research it, and it's not heavy. It's just Googling it and, you know, make it easy and accessible. It's actually YouTube etiquette, to be honest. So I'm not gonna be abusive with you today. I'm just gonna important things. So this is docket number 70-18. It was decided by Burger Court. Okay, I think this is a full citation number 401 U.S. 113 in 1933. It was argued December 13th, 1971. It was re-argued almost a year later, October 11th, 1972, and then finally decided on January 22nd, 1933. And they have the re-arguer here, and then the original arguer J. Floyd, the re-arguer Robert C. Flowers, the advocate Sarah R. Weddington argued the cause for the appellates. And the appellate, well, we're about to read it. I don't got to make it up. Facts of the case. In 1970, Jane Roe, and this is what I didn't know, an artificial name used in court documents to protect the plaintiff's identity, filed a lawsuit against Henry Wade, which is weird because why didn't they protect his identity? But, you know, men, we already know why. right? The district attorney of Dallas County of Texas, right? Where she resided, challenging a Texas law making abortion illegal except by doctor's orders to save a woman's life. In her lawsuit, Roe alleged that the state laws were unconstitutionally vague and abridged her rights of personal privacy, protected by the First, Fourth, Fifth, Ninth, and 14th Amendments. So it says, question, does Constitution recognize a woman's rights to terminate her pregnancy by abortion? Okay, so the conclusion. So these are all the dues. 7-10 decision for Jane Roe, right? Majority opinion by Henry A. Blackmon, which is right here. This dude here. I think this is Thurgood Marshall. That nigga was old as shit. So these are the dudes that did it. That's why I picked this one, because it's pretty thorough. Like, you see all this information that's here. You get to see the faces of these dudes. And we're just gonna read this through, and we jump to this New York Times article, and then I'm just gonna open the panel and let people take a shot at it. It reads, can I make this bigger? I should make it bigger, shouldn't I? Yeah. Inherent in due process clause of the 14th Amendment is a fundamental right to privacy that protects a pregnant woman's choice whether to have an abortion. However, this right is balanced against the government's interest in protecting women's health and protecting the potentiality of a human life. So this right to privacy that she has as protected right to due process in the 14th Amendment, or the due process clause. I thought that was I thought it was a 4th Amendment. How to brush up. So they're arguing. So she appealed that her not being able to get an abortion violated her right to privacy. The state or the government, however, has what? Let's use verbatim what they said. Balance against the government's interests in protecting women's health and protecting the potentiality of human life. The Texas law challenge in this case violated this right. I guess that's the freaking decision, right? Justice Harry Blackmon, I guess he was like the head. I guess it was his decision. Delivered the opinion for the 7-2 majority of the court. First, the court considered whether the case was mute, concluding that it was not. When the subject of litigation is capable of repetition yet evading review. So I guess because it constantly kept coming up, is what I'm assuming. But litigations constantly keep coming up, and nobody ever in the Supreme Court looked at it. So this is already making me like, you just made this decision to get it out the way. That's what it sounds like to me at this point. I mean, money more than quarterback, hindsight, but that's kind of what I see out of it. If this is the quotable here, which is, it's all worded weird, but that's basically the sentiment. A case needs not to be dismissed as mute. Pregnancy is a classic jurisdiction for conclusion of non-muteness. The Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment protects against state action, the right to privacy. What? The Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment protects against state action, the right to privacy, and a woman's right to choose to have an abortion falls within the right to privacy. That should be choice. This is fucking me up. They don't know how to write. A state law that broadly prohibits abortion without respect to the stage of pregnancy or other interests violates the right. But there's no argument for the potentiality of life, though. What I'm not seeing in this, what they call facts, right? Although state has legitimate interest in protecting the health of the pregnant woman and the potentiality of human life, The relative weight of each of these interests varies over the course of pregnancy, and the law must account for these variability. For this variability, I apologize. That's the last one. In the first trimester of pregnancy, the state may not regulate the abortion decision. Only the pregnant woman and her attending physician can make that decision. Ain't that a bitch? So the nigga, the dad is not even included in this. What's crazy is the dad's not included in this, nor is the child. And the dad can't even speak up for the child. How convenient. Wow, that's interesting. In the second trimester, the state may impose regulations and abortions that are reasonably related to maternal health. In the third trimester, I'm taking it there as a, I guess, clinical or medical association, which with respects to each trimester being, I guess, some argument. I would assume there's some medical argument. I mean, this requires a lot of details. Like, we need to really research. This is the most important thing I've seen. It's like, how are you making these determinations? Why is the state coming in the second trimester and not the first? Why is it only the mom and the attending physician? Granted, I'm not looking for DNA to be included, DNA test to be forced upon in this situation, because you have a lot of situations where, they're married and that's already assumed. But this wording is weird. Now, I'm not trying to hold this site accountable for everything, but it's like, just looking at it is peculiar, to say the least. It's weird. Okay, in the third trimester, once fetus reaches the point of viability. See, words like that is weird. Salud, more. Especially when I just read what child means, right? Once the fetus reaches the point of viability, what the fuck does that mean? What does that mean to them? I can look the word up all day, but what does that mean to them? You know what I mean? So I gotta research this. A state may regulate abortions or prohibit them entirely, so long as the laws contain exceptions for cases when abortion is necessary to save life. Now, I think that's always. I don't ever argue against that. I think when the life is in danger of the child, the mother, when her life is legitimately in danger of abortion, obviously the child would be killed. I think, emergencies should always be, available. Emergency tactics, contingency plans, etc. should always be available. But this is not what's being used for, you know what I'm saying? And this decision is being used to fund it. And we know most of these females for the last 60 years hasn't used it for this. So this is pretty interesting, man. Let me see if I can switch to this. Go back to it. Let me stop sharing that. I appreciate y'all rocking with me. This is pretty important. I want to do this right. I'm gonna read this last. I'm fucking up. I want to read this last article, and then I'm gonna drop the link. Because this is definitely open for discussion. I know I ain't the genius on it, because I'm just like really my first time really looking at it, and I haven't really looked at it. I just kind of peeked. So this is article. Let's scroll down some. I actually gotta look at that to make sure it's correct. All right, draft Supreme Court opinion would overturn abortion decision. I'm actually just make sure this shit is like completely lit, like all the way up, right? Reread that. Okay, so draft Supreme Court opinion would overrule abortion decision. A majority of the court probably voted to strike down Roe versus Wade, according to the document obtained by Politico. I take it that's like another article or something like that. The release of the document is unprecedented in the court's modern history. Liberal senator calls for legislation to protect abortion rights, but action is unlikely. Also him. So Senator John Manchin III, what a name, Manchin. It's interesting. Democrat, no surprise, of West Virginia opposed legislation that would codify a woman's right to an abortion. depriving his party of a majority. New York Times, right? Okay, so I wonder if they actually going to get. I've read some stuff closer to the bottom. That's why I was there. Liberal senators responding quickly to a leaked draft of a Supreme Court opinion repealing Roe versus Wade. Call for a passage of legislation to codify a woman's right to an abortion, even if that meant scrapping the Senate's legislative filibuster. Now, what's interesting is that these Democrats wanted to sell out. What's up, Supreme 10? These Democrats were more worried about the abortion than how did the Supreme Court get a leaked document. That's weird to me. But the reality is that no such move is likely. With Senator Joe Manchin III of West Virginia in opposition, Senate Democrat lacked the majority needed to pass such substantive legislation or to scrap the 60-vote threshold. So we know they need 60 votes. That's what's up. Well, at least in the Senate. If there's a video, I'm gonna play it. Here are past cases that have upheld and chipped away at Roe versus Wade. Okay. Phyllis Schlafly, a politician activist, spoke against the Supreme Court after the justices released their decision in Planned Parenthood of Southeastern Pennsylvania versus Casey in 1992. The Supreme Court decision in Dobbs versus Jackson, Women's Health Organization, the case before the nation's highest court on a restrictive Mississippi law, could be the most consequential on women's access to abortion since the court's 1973 decision in Roe versus Wade. But the legal case over a law that makes most abortions illegal after 15 weeks of pregnancy is by no means the first to challenge or chip away at Roe versus Wade. Here's a look at some of the significant past rulers, and I guess that's down here. It was this one video I wanted to show. Outside of the United States, abortion restrictions are common. Oh, it fucking should be, because everybody not dumb like us. As abortion restrictions multiplied across the United States in recent years, other countries were heading in the opposite direction with their policies around the procedure. But the status quo in many places is still to restrict abortion in one form or another. For abortion rights advocates, most of the progress in recent years has come in Latin America. Shout out to Latin America, to my Boricuas, my Colombians. Because niggas up here is fucking tripping. Colombia's top court decriminalized the procedure in February. Oh, that sucks. Mexico's Supreme Court made a similar decision a few months ago. In Argentina, went a step further, becoming the largest nation in region to legalize abortion in 2022. Y'all was doing good, now you're starting to fuck up. Vowing to build a firewall around reproductive rights in California, the state's Democratic leaders just announced plans to put a state constitution amendment explicitly guaranteeing the right to an abortion on November ballot. Wow. This is sick, bro. State leaders are pledging to protect or eliminate access to abortion. So everybody's pretty much choosing a side. Governors and state legislators reacted with a mix of alarm and celebration after a leaked draft opinion suggested that the Supreme Court had voted to overturn Roe versus Wade, which would leave it up to each state to determine a woman's access to abortion. Shortly after, Politico published the leak. I know it had to be something like that because there's only one word. Leak on Monday, the Democratic governors of at least 16 states, including New Mexico, Michigan, and North Carolina, emphasized that abortion remain legal in their state and pledged to keep it that way. Oh, fuck y'all. I was watching something before this. because a crowd of protesters descended on the Supreme Court. Let's watch this.
Ann Patterson, legal secretary, that political article, and I said, is this the Onion? Is this actually happening? Is this true? I honestly felt that way. In so many ways, it was predictable, but when you actually saw that decision, started to look through it, it's just a remarkable moment in American history. Don't think for a second. This is where it stopped. And even if it affects someone else over there, this is about you. Pay attention, America. They're coming after you next. That's not hyperbole. It is not hyperbole. We're not going to be defeated. Certainly not here in the state of California. In fact, we are going further. And while it's well established in statute since 2002 that we are a reproductive freedom state, we are going to enshrine that, codify that, as we should, in the state constitution. And we will be presenting that to the voters this November as an affirmative step to codify California's leadership.
No, please don't play that. I don't know if y'all can hear. I hope y'all heard that. That nigga gave me like on God, like that nigga gave me Antichrist vibes. Like, I don't know, how the fuck do you get the fuck out of this stupid ass shit? Whatever. Yeah. As I try to get out of this stupid part, I have no idea how to get out of this part. Bro, this shit is lame, bro. I did this shit like twice. Okay, whatever. Alright. Yeah, I'm about to drop the link. See if anybody want to get in and get their 2 cents in it. $5 million position on it. Cause this is that's what's up. Great. Thank you, appreciate that. We on Lock Nation, thank you. Oh, some tweets and shit on it? Okay. Anuska Palto, abortion right advocates are planning protests across I had seen one video of them protesting in front of the Supreme Court. I don't really see it now. He's got little pictures like that. Yeah, it's a lot of shit. Yeah, I'm good. I ain't fucking with it. Yeah, I ain't fucking with it, bro. Here we go. I ain't want to talk y'all head off today. I don't know. Damn, man, I've been talking for fucking 36 minutes. We just fucking get on this shit and just talk. And time just be flying. Yeah, man. As you know, like if you know me from Mr. Palmer channel or whatever, I'm absolutely positively against abortions. In my own community, they've murdered 23,560,000 children in 60 years. There are nations that don't even have that. You know what I mean? It has to stop. I just kind of put it together. I seen Mr. Palmer do his live, and I was like, man, I gotta jump on this Roe versus Wade. There's actually some people I gotta send a link to. I forgot. I'm like, man, we gotta have a conversation about it. Cause let me get bro the link or whatever. Something. Let him get up in there. Because man, it's like. Oh, I actually watched Bernard Rowley, right? I'm not even subscribed to his channel, but it came up. So I watched him and Little Big Nate. Shout out to Little Big Nate. And a few guys talk about it, and it's so much it's dissension even amongst men about abortion. And I notice when I talk about it, guys pretty much shy away. And I know why y'all shy away. You shy away because you want to be able to kill your child too. Yeah. I think I want to talk about that part. But it's the women though, right? I'm not if you see me talking about how these chicks kill children, I ain't forget these niggas. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, like a chick was going back and forth with me. Black chick, right? No, they gotta go back and forth with people because that's what they do. I'm explaining to her that y'all are responsible for those 23,560,000 fucking children for the last 60 years because 0% of the niggas on the world can get abortion. So you're responsible. She goes on to tell me, oh no, you know, y'all agreed to it or you gave money for it. Like, ma'am, let me help you out. If a nigga agreed, goofy, to kill a child, guess what doesn't happen? The fucking pulse of the child don't die. Like, it don't stop. So what the fuck are you talking about? If a nigga give the money to kill a child, do the pulse stop? No. So he didn't kill the fucking child, lady. I'm in the hood. Like a nigga asked me one time, he said, you know, are you in the militia? Like, nigga, yeah, I'm from the hood. I know how shit work. When you fucking put bread on to kill somebody, they don't die because you put bread on them. Here's the other part. If the nigga wanted to keep the baby, couldn't she still kill him? So how would him saying he want to kill a baby or pay money for the baby, how would he be responsible for the child murder? All right then. Oh fucking shit! Don't retroactively make somebody responsible for shit. That nigga shit don't matter. It's not gonna change you goofy. That should blow my mind. I don't know. Then fuck it. Let's just go there. Fuck it. Let's go there. Then you got dudes that are told that, yeah, you know, I'm gonna go get a plan B. He paid for the abortion, and then it's not even his fucking child. Y'all wanna bring that part up too? All right. I mean, keep shit 100. The God one, you're not connected. Your mic and everything not connected. I can't bring you on. It won't even let me. Won't stream you out. You know, and it's a real serious problem that we have in our community, bro. It's not like a light thing. It's unprecedented. My community, we study history very much. And I've never in my life, I think in Holocaust, it was 10 million people. We've killed 23,560,000 just in the womb. That's not gun violence. That's not infant deaths. That's not murder, suicide. That ain't nothing. But that one deal. The God one, you need to connect your mic and add it to the stream, bro. What's this? And it's not like shit, bro. Yeah, but yeah, she was trying to bind that shit to men. I'm just like, why is this fucking reflex that y'all got to bring a man down for whatever you do? We tired of taking responsibility for the shit that you do. None of them niggas ain't taking responsibility for shit that y'all do no more. Like, y'all can sleep that shit. That shit need to cut out, man. I need to cut that bullshit out. You responsible for what you do. It's like if a nigga not supposed to be cheating or whatever, they got genius then. No, don't go over a girl house and don't do this and you shouldn't have put your dick. Well, you shouldn't be fucking if you don't want a child. And you definitely shouldn't be fucking a nigga with no condom on. And then you kill a child so you can go fake do a career. Fake do it. Don't retire from it. Don't be in the damn industry. Don't do nothing to the light. And a child, and you then you want to sit brag, hot girl some of this, hot girl some of that. You lit only because you killed your child. Like, what the fuck? This is the worst generation to ever exist, bro. Like, we act like this is a light conversation. It's not a light conversation, man. It's not a light conversation. Holocaust had 10 million people. We got 23 million in 60 years. So it's not by accident. That means some chick 40 years ago that was 20 contributed. So you got a bunch of chicks walking around like, not me. Yeah, not you yet. You on your way? That shit crazy, bro. That shit crazy. And let's keep shit 100. There ain't nobody more than black females. Out of the 62 million children that Parent Planhood has claimed, that's not including other local and national public and private clinics and hospitals or the DIYs. That's just Parent Planhood. 62 million procedures they perform to kill children. 62. Black females make up 38%, which is the highest. And they make up 12% of the population. That shit crazy. That shit crazy. CDC report at we lose 649 children in a day around the country. 649. We average 649 children in a day. That's divide that by 24. That's 27 children an hour. 27. But you got them black divestors running around talking about, oh yeah, a black female is killed once every 5.5 hours. First of all, little girl, fucking 57% of that is medical. Dummy. And let's just say the niggas did. This niggas killing you. Let's just say that's the case. It don't compare to 27 an hour. And like I'm about to bring you on, Mr. Goodbread. And y'all go Kevin Samuels, Tommy Sotomayor, Corey Holcomb, the Manosphere, all of them hate black females so much. But how many fucking black females did they kill? Versus how many you and your sisters gonna kill this hour? What percentage of that 27 an hour that y'all going to murder were eventually gonna be black females or black women? That's what y'all call them. So who really ate black females? Us or y'all? I don't know. Maybe Mr. Goodbread help us out. What's up, Brody? What's going on?
What's going on, my guy?
Can't complain, man. I'm excited, motivated, jacked up, ready to win.
You already know.
Yeah, man. We I went over. I seen what you put in the chat. I forgot. I be struggle stream. I forget to do the YouTube shit. So I went over quick. I'll bring it back up for you. Cause I do that shit all the time. I'll be late to the damn party too, bro.
Yeah, no, I was editing. I was over there editing.
You been hustling, bro. You definitely been hustling.
The school teachers, they starting to feel the effects of the hell of a moms, and the fatherless son, starting to feel the effects. But they're not going to speak up. Women, and some of them single moms themselves. They might not be raising a problem because they're single moms. They can't really call it out.
Right.
That's sad.
The Godwin. Are you there? The Godwin, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, bro. What's up?
What's going on with you?
Brother Sharif, man.
What's going on, Brother Sharif? What's up with you? Definitely, man. I appreciate you. I ain't heard your voice in forever.
Yeah, man.
Man. I know, man. You been talking about this. What? 6, 7 years ago?
Yeah, bro.
You've been on this for a long time. I know you excited about it. I appreciate you jumping through.
Yeah, no doubt.
Definitely. I just had to make sure you were straight. I know that you. Yeah.
Feel my way.
What was you saying, Goodbread? My bad, bro. Mr. Goodbread, you there? Not bad. You there, Goodbread? Brother Sharif. Oh, he probably
Yes, sir.
Okay, hold on. Let me kick this one. There we go. You struggle stream. You good, bro? You good, Brett? Everybody having problems today.
I'm here.
So what's your take on it, bro? Have you checked on it? Have you looked at it so far?
I've seen a couple of But again, a draft is fun challenge.
You breaking up. You breaking up, bro.
I'm breaking up.
You on your phone or you on the mic?
I'm on the mic.
On the mic. Yeah, it's like the background cutting in.
Yeah,
Every once in a while.
Can I call in? Or I got to download.
Yeah, just the same link I sent you. The same link you got. You can use that. You can just keep hit that.
I'm just gonna send you my email.
Yeah. Do that. That'd be dope.
I'm gonna mute. All
All right, appreciate you. I muted my damn self. Yeah, so good bread is back. You back, bro?
I'm back, bro.
Got you. Okay.
Nah, I was hearing the echo. It was messing me up. That's what I'm saying. Do you hear me echoing?
Yeah, I hear it on the stream. Let me do this. I know what it is. It's me. It's not y'all. It should be better now.
Yo.
Way better now, right?
Yeah, that's better. No
The
echo.
play because on a stream, y'all, so you can hear the audio. You got to take that echo cancellation off, and I had it off. I didn't when y'all came on. I didn't switch. That was on me.
Oh, all right, cool.
Yeah, what was you getting into? You were saying somebody you said you seen somebody talking about it, but they were single mothers and they ain't address it.
Yeah, it's the teachers, the New York City public teachers. They're definitely starting to feel the effects of the fatherless homes because these kids in their class don't have discipline, so they're stressed out, and now they're actually buying medicine. They popping pills before they conduct a class. So you know what I mean? I got a teacher who quit and she's spilling the beans. So I'm gonna react to her video, but she quit like last month type shit. And she's just spilling the beans.
You gonna go live or you gonna make a video?
Nah, I was editing the video, so I'm gonna publish it. I'm gonna be in the chat with it.
Bet. Shout out to the Big Mike drop. Shout out.
And that tie into this Roe versus Wade joint, because I mean they can't force us to impregnate these women now, so they can force these women not to be able to abort, and
Yeah.
and that's how they gonna that and honestly, when a woman really think logically, why waste all that energy fighting in the street to mismanage coochie? You're literally fighting for the right to mismanage coochie. How stupid can you look? Like think, guys, think, ladies. We like. I understand that government Satan Zaddy got y'all programmed off stupidity, but how can you really with that's the passionately ignorant shit right there. How can you possibly go in the middle of the street with pick signs and all of this and talk about I need the right to mismanage coochie? It's stupid. It makes no sense. Whether they take it away or do you keep it. If your coochie is everything like they say it is, if that's the golden geese, then you would want to protect that whether they give you the right or not. So it's crazy to me.
You would think that would be the goal. You think that would be the goal. I was like, it's just like how the Muslims be telling the sisters. It's like, bro, you my example is you never go into a bank, especially a branch, and see all the gold and all the money out in the lobby.
Right.
It's always locked up and put away, and it's always the only person can have access to it is somebody that's vetted. You know what I mean? Somebody got evidence that they know how to hang around that type of money and be trusted. But and then like the whole mindset. And, I'm kind of gonna go off pace a little bit, but you know how I do. The whole mindset is crazy, bro. I watched Six to God is talking on the Pew show about women is supposed to be the pretty one. How far have we fallen? Right? Of course, y'all are pretty to us because we wired to love you. And
Right.
this is a man-dominated world. But in reality, in nature,
Right.
y'all got the complete opposite mindset. You see women, I'm sorry, you see females doing mating dances. In nature, who's usually the one to do the mating dances?
Right.
It's the male.
It's the male.
Mhm. The
Yeah.
robin, the big red robin that's singing and loud and flashing. Which one is usually that?
Right.
It's usually the male.
The
The peacock
peacock. The
with
peacock. Look at the peacock. The peacock. Perfect example.
the male. The 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 lion, the big mane, the
Right.
roar. That's the male.
Right.
The male.
After they play fighter with each other, you know what I mean? After they wrestle with each other, the strongest one comes out with the girl.
Man, they fighting each other over a nigga.
Stupidity, yo. But they switch roles. You remember where back in the days it was the dudes, the girls are supposed to be seen and not heard.
Yeah.
Now it's the roles has been switched. It's like the guys are supposed to just be seen and shut the fuck up and take whatever we say, and that's what it is. So the role reversal is switched.
And Big Mike, what's up, bro?
Man, what's happening, fam? How y'all doing?
Can't complain, man. Can't complain, man.
Salute, Big Mike. Salute.
Man, salute, man. What's up, Mr. Good Bread? Brother Sharif, how y'all doing, fellas?
Peace, peace.
Peace. Word.
Mr. Rafe, you good? You muted up. I want to make sure your mic's straight. I know it's new for you. It's not one of my brothers, bro. We've been rocking with bro for years, man. He used to do all this. We used to do all this stuff on Blog Talk.
Word.
We got a whole this researcher, another super researcher. Definitely came through. You know, he been talking about this and well before I was 7, 6. Like I said, it's maybe 6, 5, minimum 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago. So I'm definitely glad he came up and came through.
Yeah,
I got my soundboard up, man. I'm trying to. I put it together through OBS, man. I'm trying to.
You got the
Gotta
sounds
get it together a little bit. I ain't on the trigger quick like y'all. I'm a rookie. It's my rookie season.
I bought this little card thing, man. That just press it. I'm on somebody. I'm back. I'm here back.
Okay, what?
You hear that?
I hear that. Yeah.
That's my son. That's his Lord's thing. That's what his video.
Boom, the world class.
See, I can't hear it, but y'all can hear it. I still gotta work it out. But yeah, man. What's your take, Big Mike?
Man, I
know you getting into this a little bit too.
I think it's a Democratic ploy to try to get people, activated for the midterms. They have not really been performing up to the level they should be performing. So I think that the association with black people, my wife and I had to eat dinner. My wife cooked the nutrition, so I had to eat. And we were sitting down watching the news. And what I noticed is everybody that was talking about this was either a black anchor talking to somebody or a black person was answering the questions. So they're trying to associate this with black people. And they had an interesting story out of North Dakota, in which North Dakota only has one abortion clinic. That one abortion clinic, they said the majority of the people they service are Native American, black people, and people of color in North Dakota.
It's a little more. Like, who the fuck is in North Dakota, bro?
Right. And how is North Dakota giving more abortions to black, Indian, and people of color? That sounds like a plan.
It's a little more.
So go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I had this damn theory that North and South Dakota don't exist. Because I don't know one thing out of that shit. Can't think of nothing. When I think of North Dakota, I can't think of a animal, a song, a person, fucking outfit, a brand, or nothing. But they got Native Americans, our people are the main ones, like it is everywhere, that they're servicing abortions to.
Man, I hope they get rid of this shit. So our population can recover from the last 30, 40 years of this being legal. I hope they get rid of it. Just personally.
I seen a brother talking about Lil Big Nate. I seen him talking about He was talking about another dude was kind of pushing back on him. The pushback was that it's not going to lead. Okay, well, it's a legitimate pushback. The legitimate pushback was it is just going to lead to more gruesome abortions.
More what?
Fact. It's going to lead to more gruesome abortions.
I
Falling
don't
down the
care.
steps.
I don't care about that. If you're dumb enough to get a gruesome abortion to yourself or whatever, then take,
Right. Take the risk that come with that. I hope
Right.
you die with it. You should die with it. When you lay down and do that, you should go right along with it.
Yeah, you should go along with it. There's plenty of things you can do to abort a pregnancy. But you know what I'm saying? If you want to, I don't think the government should be sanctioning it. And they're not really getting rid of it. They're just making it a state's business. The state gets a chance to make the law on that. So, if you move shit, I don't know, go to California or wherever they're going to let you do that wholesale at. Move up.
But that goes with what you were saying. The video I just watched, I don't know if you've seen it, with that guy that was giving them Antichrist vibes. I think he was a senator in California. He talked about putting a bill together in November to guarantee abortions in California. So when you said what you said about the Democratic ploy, I'm like, hey, Brian, hey man, you might be on something.
Yeah, they trying to drum this up for the midterm. So it's on us to not fall for the okie doke and start associating this with some form of blackness. That's why they're using Dred Scott's, case. Even though they use Dred Scott's case, they're trying to give this a black association. It's peep game when you look at it, when they talk about it.
Yeah, that's brilliant, Big Mike. That's brilliant because that's a fact. That's how they do. They try to slide it in on the left of us. That's how they catch us unemotional and intelligent. They make it about race. They make you split. They divide and conquer. So they make us choose now. Now they make that they act like they're gonna take something from us so that they get us to fight for what they're gonna take from us. And then eventually what they're taking from us is harmful for us any old way. Same thing they did with the music. They caused the whole racial riots and all of that Rodney King shit. They tied that in with before you knew it, they had us fighting for the right to fuck our community up with this rap music.
Right. Exactly. Facts. Yeah, they have a way of doing that, man. It's like it's psychological because, like I said, whenever you look at somebody talking about it, there was a black person present. Now, half these other stories they talk about on the mainstream news, you can go for the whole series without seeing a black person, unless you're looking at Lester Holt. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But yeah, they're trying their best to tie this to us. So, be careful and don't vote Democrat, period. I don't give a damn. Come hell or high water. Don't vote for them. Get them out of there.
Francis Cress Wilson made it clear, bro. This is about we keep getting dragged into the political argument and the money argument. But really, it's about genes. That's what I see every time when people start talking about racism. It's a genetic wipeout, and 23 million. It's not light, man. It's not nothing.
Right.
23 million is a lot of people, bro. And we just be brushing over that fact like it's
Stalin and Hitler.
Hey, yeah, man, this is Holocaust numbers, man. It's like how many of us? If it's supposed to be 40 million of us, there's half of us gone. It's a whole third of our population gone.
You got to think about this. Out of those 23 million people, we should be about 100 million strong right now. Now, if we would have 23 million people, if we would have just had 20 of those millions of people, think about how many generations of children have been born since this has been really a whole thing. What, 2? You know, people that were that age when this became legal in the 70s, they now have children my age, have children who are grown. And my son will be having a child here soon in the next, decade. He's 18 now. So, I expect a grandchild within the next decade. A wife first, of course.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So, right. So we're going into 3 generations and think about the rates of reproduction. We're supposed to be 100 million strong right now. We should be able to vote for whatever we want and get it right now.
And it applies to everything. Voting power, economics, army, anything we can think of, this
Right.
number spits right in the face of it at 23,560,000. It
Fact.
spits in the face of everything that we're trying to do and everything that we could possibly talk about. How many inventors was in that? How many messiahs were in that? People that came with a message, like a Dr. Sapie, like a Neely Fuller, like a Francis Cress Wilson. How many messengers, aka messiahs, did we miss out of that? 23 million.
23 million folks, man. That's a whole country.
I can't go on my phone and not find a genius. Now, granted, I'm a particular person, but to see that many people gone is amazing. It's mind-boggling, bro. And I'm glad something happens. I mean, this is at least something for us to start moving in the right direction. And you see the rambunctious behavior of this country of to fight abortion. I mean, to fight for abortion. When it's psychotic, I don't. So we have Layla. Is it Layla? Is that am I enunciating your name correctly? Brother Sharif, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, bro. That's my co-host Layla. She probably getting her analyticals together.
Okay. Yeah, bro. Let me hear. You've been popping in. I know you've been just working it out.
I want to listen to you brothers a little while longer because, like you said, I channel from the perspective of what I see, but I'm not as versed and inside as y'all in the educational system. But I think everything's supposed to be controlled from a monarchical perspective. The man's supposed to control the household. You can't have females going and doing things with those chromosomal parts that we have governance over without coming directly to the man and getting that consent and that permission. That's household 101. If you read IRS forms, if you're not the head of household, the man is the head of household. If you have an issue, come to the man and stop going to people that you meet online, on the airwaves, in these imaginary courts. Come to the man and stop circumventing us, or we're going to burn this whole system down. Come to us, we will take. It ain't a man out here to not try to be Captain Save a female. So it's not a man you're going to ever go to and he's not going to try to help you. So I don't understand this circumventing that goes on. I'm late in this whole collegiate perspective. So I don't know what goes on those campuses. I did not go to college like that. I'm almost glad that I didn't. Because I can have a fresh perspective of what's going on. But I look at college as like a diversity prison where you go in there, there's so many things to get into, you're coming out with a lot of debt, and you're not getting your transcripts, you're not getting what you need to really make an offer for you to be compensated based on your value because you haven't been evaluated. There's been no appraisal on the type of education you've received. Many of the females don't even bring, or males don't even bring that education back home and help with the family estate, building an empire. They kind of go off into these companies that are owned by these collegiate persons, and they kind of get lost and never really return back to base. Was to put these resources together and start building our districts, our counties, or boroughs, whatever you want to call it. So I'm a rookie in terms of the inside analytics or perspectives that y'all have. And I had to zone in from a different frequency to kind of see what's going on where y'all kind of in it. Y'all know a lot more than me about it. But what I see it is basically, let's get out of the imaginary court system and let's us as men, let's unify and vote on what we want and what we don't want. And I think that opportunity is on the table right now. It's on the table of content all day long for us to come together and have a vote and be like, okay, what are we gonna do with this? Okay, great. That's what we're gonna do. That's what stands. I think these people don't want to be involved in our life as much as you think they do. I think they want to go on with their life. I don't think they want to be in our problems. Our problems are too heavy, man. We are a heavy load, especially when we spin out of control. We gone. I don't think these people want to deal with it. I think they just want to make sure that we're cohesive enough for them to go on and do their thing. And that's where we have to get as men.
Well, what's happening, if I could build on to what you said, Brother Sharif, that was spot on.
Right.
What's happening is now that they're losing the legal protections that they had to deal with us and handle us. See,
Ah,
everything they did was backed up by their courts or their
ah,
God. So now, as we get further and further away from that court, having having those legal rights to harm us and do whatnot, there is
Yeah.
no way to handle us.
there's
They
no
have
more
to,
immunity, you say?
they have to get us to handle ourselves, which is what
Got
this
it.
issue is doing. And this is what
Okay.
the violence is doing. This is what the feminism is doing. This is what the gender war. It's us handling ourselves now. White
Yeah,
supremacy is
beautiful.
on autopilot.
Yeah, beautiful. That's what we know. That's what we need. We
Yeah.
don't
So
get a chance to build and bond anyway. We too separated when selective service is supposed to bring all men together as a military, as a gender army, which is our armed forces or provost, whatever you want to call it. We're supposed to be handling these issues, but we kind of get sent off to the college with the chicks. And now we kind of check off on the box, male or female. Well, now you don't have any superior chromosome over you because you got equal rights now because you a male and she's a female. So now you need an X to come in and administer for you. And that's the problem. We kind of did it to ourselves. It was kind of a corporate suicide by checking one of the boxes when we know we own the whole box. We are the sex. That's really our designation is sex, meaning that we create the male and the female. So you
right,
can't bring me in no court because I'm the parent corporation.
right,
I run both. My testicles are my two witnesses. I create both the X, the Y, the Z, and everything else. So how
facts,
you gonna bring me in a court? You can't.
facts.
Bro, I've been saying this. He's been saying this for he said for like 7 years, bro. Since I know him.
Like,
It's fire.
soon
And
as you
you
got, I'm sorry, no,
go.
as soon as you got dudes building off of what Brother Sharif saying, as soon as you got dudes to start giving women the credit for being the creators of life, as soon as dudes started really literally taking themselves out of it, we ceded our power to them. But life comes from us, just like he said. We are the generators of life.
That's right.
You can't have a baby without a man.
That's right.
Everybody
And then
comes from your father.
and then there's so many different coaches coming up here, man. I mean, that college is like a gumbo pot, man. Everybody got their own. Everybody want this rice. They want Chinese rice. They want Japanese. They want Haitian rice. They want Spanish chicken. They want Jamaican jerk. I mean, we can't let people come in our home and dictate our nutrition. We have to come to a meeting and be like, bro, I don't care if you eat Spanish rice or Jamaican or curry or jerk. I don't care about that. But when you come in this dynasty, man, we have rules, we have regulations, and we have fundamentals that we're not changing. So this is going to cause us to really, it's a process of elimination because when you go to these colleges and these different events, you kind of take on an immigration perspective where you think your food is really how you're supposed to feed your particular family.
Right,
Food is just I don't listen, bro. I can go eat at the Chinese restaurant and not be wanting to like sit on the ground and cross my legs. I don't lose my culture or my agriculture on account of me digesting or consuming different food dishes that you have. We've
right,
become too amalgamated in their system to where we're lost in their system and we're just another male. And you're supposed to separate the male, which is what the word crime means. Crime means to separate. People think crime is something bad. No, crime means to separate, to judge. So you got to separate yourself, bifurcate yourself from that, which is what selective service does. It emancipates you from everything the female did, including our mother, who is just a female. She's not the mother. The mother is the planet Earth. She's mother.
right,
Okay. So you got emancipated, but you still stayed amongst them and picked up on their cultures and picked up and she made it real good. She's a great entertainer. She gonna entertain you, take pictures with you, she gonna give you the booty, she gonna give you everything you want to keep you down there in that male female perspective where she has somebody to go to when she don't agree with you. And
right,
that's what I think Roe versus Wade does is say there is no supreme, he is supreme. You go to him. Trump has said that early in his campaign. He said, you better find your parents. Stop coming over here to us, asking us for money. Go find your parents. He said that. He said that. They don't want to be involved, but they have been helping us. We owe them for daycare because they've been whatever they've been doing. We ain't been conscious. We owe them daycare expenses. We owe them. Let's break them off. Let's pay them whatever they say we owe, and let's go ahead and take our problem and deal with it. We got a long road to get these females back to any type of normal pH balance because they just been allowed to do what they want to do.
Well, they've been allowed to kidnap children,
Oh,
basically.
definitely.
They
That's a
kidnapping
big
children,
problem.
holding
Oh, that's
kids
a
for
big problem.
ransom, murdering kids. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? Doing all types of stuff, man.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
yeah. So yeah, like you said something that was really important about, when men get tired of this, that's when the blowback comes.
Yes.
That's when the blowback comes. Like as soon as we get tired of this, they have not seen the blowback from the feminist movement. And they keep pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing as if they have an army. They have to go to other men to enforce their policy.
Right.
It's counterproductive, and they will soon see this shit's coming down. Excuse my French. It's coming down.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's definitely coming down. And you said that, about the kids. I always tell people that the birth certificate never gave you custody of nobody, and Social Security definitely don't give you no custody. But Selective Service definitely gives me all omnipotent power to do what it is I have to do because you can't argue with the armed services. See, people don't understand the draft when they say in the draft opinion. There's two sides of selective service. You have selective service law, which are the rules, regulations, and procedures, and then you have a military draft. That's totally different. I can draft you, right, just because I want to, and don't have to take you through the selective service laws because really, I don't have to explain it to a female. It's to govern her. The men should know what the rules are, and it's basically emancipation. Like selective service help you protect your savings in vital records, which is your stock certificate, your stock exchange certificate. Nobody in custody. She cannot get custody from a Social Security application because that is her opinion, what she put on that Social Security. What she put on them IRS forms are an opinion. Nobody verifies that stuff. You spit something, you go on and fill out them forms, you spit out something, it spits out what you put on there. So that is whatever you want to call it, self-sabotaging, I would say. But it's coming down to the point where get all of these boogeymen out the way, get Jesus out the way, get Olosho out the way, get all that out the way, and let's take our seat at the table of content and let's say what we need to do because we have a big burden putting these females back in some type of perspective. And it's something that's gonna go on beyond our time, man. But we gotta really make a heavy blow on it, which we have the momentum now, and say, look, baby girl, I love you, but I gotta pull your record. And I'm gonna see how many abortions, how many pills you've been taking, how many IRS forms, how many financial aid things. I'm gonna find out everything. And that's what they fear. And I would fear it too. Because when daddy gets that back, when daddy gets that transcript that's guaranteed on that birth certificate. When he gets that bill, I'm going to veto everything until I see the entire transcript. You understand? That's what the electoral college, we are the electoral. We get them. I'm going to see every phone call my kid been making while they was in your college. I'm going to see every bill. I'm going to see every credit card you gave her. I want to see if you was abusing her by offering her these narcotics, credit card applications, things that sedate, things that make them not be able to think, these 14-page dog. If I find out you've been abusing my child, that's why Trump came in on suing the school because he was showing us we can sue them, not sue them, we own them. Ain't nothing sold. We ain't sold together. We own you. We will take your charter. We will remove your endowments and we will put a board up and it will really become a boarding school because it shut you down.
Right.
Bars.
Well, take ownership. I think that's definitely something we need to we need to definitely work on is taking ownership of our stuff.
Definitely.
That's a big thing.
That's a must.
Great points.
Layla, you wanted to chime in? Are you still there? I heard you trying to talk like 5 minutes ago.
Layla, you gotta unmute you. I see your
Oh
thing.
yeah, I'm sorry. You got on mute. I forgot people need to.
Okay,
All right.
there you go.
You hear me? Okay, yeah. I didn't mean to be rude. Hi, everyone.
You get a good day.
I didn't know how to unmute the first time you called my name, but I just wanted to say, based on what I think Brother Mike, you were saying, and feed on what you said, and then Brother Street just said something that ties it all in. When you said that you need a man to make a baby, and what my thought process was there was absolutely, and that's what we have to get everyone to comprehend and get out of what we call religion, because especially in Christianity, they teach that what they call that immaculate conception, right? And they say that Mary didn't have a man. So we know that is to be false. So once we have to get people to realize that. As far and then get out of all of that, because I think that is what's keeping people's minds wrapped up in realizing or not having them to realize who they really are, because they keep looking inside of themselves to somebody else for their answers. And that is really, really crucial, because it really boils down to a mindset. It's the mindset. If you keep thinking that somebody else has more than you, is better than you, or you have to reach outside for somebody else to do something for you, or that they have the answers, then you're never going to see those answers inside of yourself. And then if you don't see them inside yourself, you're not going to see it in your brother, you're not going to see it in your sister. And then that's what keeps this friction between what we call the male and the female, where, we're talking about this feminist movement, we're talking about this situation with the abortion rights versus Wade. All of that stems from the feminist movement, right? Where the female felt like she was subclass, and she felt like she needed to have something more, and she was protesting even in her own home environment, and she took it out to the streets. Now, this started way back when. This started way back when in the 20s, right? It wasn't the carbonated female out there protesting against her husband and her children. She was home taking care of the family, right? Or doing whatever she needed to do for the family. What we call the so-called Black family was very, very tight, right? But it was the so-called, what I call the so-called white woman that was the one protesting. And somehow, some way, we have taken the image of these people that call themselves white, and we have put them before ourselves, and we see it up in these places where they're supposed to be worshipped. So we have psychologically in our heads some thought that these people are superior to us. That's why I go to this mindset. So here we talk about these feminists that stem out from the so-called white people. And now here we are instead, because we followed those ways, we're taught by these people, the majority of us. We go to these colleges, especially if you go to these Ivy League colleges or so-called better colleges, you don't find the instructors or the professors that look like you and I. So they keep supplanting their ideology, their mindset in our heads, in our brain. And we've been doing this now for the last definitely 2-3 generations. And now we look back and we wonder, how did we get here? Until we recognize these things and realize that we need to come back to ourselves and then come back to our own, are we going to see a major shift and change? The things that Brother Street is talking about, he's spot on. He's spot on. But we have to recognize that we have to drive it home. And then when we bring it home to our loved ones, and they look at us like we're crazy. They don't want to hear it, because they want to go with the mainstream. They want to go with what the crowd is doing. They want to live a life of instantaneous gratification, the microwave gratification.
Yep. I say it all the time. Quick fix, instant gratification, something for nothing guarantees. That's their modus operandi. That's how they operate.
What we're going to have to let happen is we're going to have to let these people make these grave mistakes, and unfortunately, they're going to have to die off because of their mistakes and their ignorance, their hard-headedness. So this is something that we're going to prepare to see soon. because this is happening more and more. It seems like these are isolated incidents, but these are real, real incidents, and it's what's the word? It's a trend of stupidity taking people up out here, and it's going to continue to be a trend.
Supreme Ten said microwave lifestyle. Exactly.
I was going to say that just before that, I was going to say this is what the coronavirus brought about, right? It brought about a time where the whole world was shut down, all right? And it caused everyone to go home, sit still, and be with each other, right? There are people that didn't even like each other. They were still a family and they couldn't stand each other. They were driving themselves batty trying to figure out what they needed to do. But what it did, it forced everyone to come together and figure things out and work together. I think that was the very best thing that came out of this situation, right? It's forcing people, impressing people to start thinking for themselves and to really take a look at the things that are going on and realize, you know what? You lied to me, right? Okay, now I need to now start taking charge of my own life. There was a shift with that. I see that there's a shift with that. We're not quite where we need to be because everyone's trying to go back to this sense of normal, but there's never going to be a normal again, ever again.
Right. Yeah.
And so that's now the full sense of reality that people are starting to now focus on, because all they want to do is get back to normal. They want to travel, they want to do all those things that they were doing, and we're still in a freaking pandemic. We're in a pandemic right now. Still.
Post pandemic.
No, Noble, really? Because when y'all understand this, the legal side, and I deal with that. There's something that you need to look into. It's called the International Economic Emergency Presidential Act, or close to that, EEIPA. What that is what Trump did when I was bringing this Title X. Title X is the bankruptcy. Well, what they call bankruptcy is sequestration, right? So when I was bringing that's really bringing the selective service. So when Trump went and he hit the national emergency, what you have to understand is that what they call the FDCPA was enacted October the 28th, 1977 by the 95th Congress. So that means at that time, the Congress did an audit. And they did a declaration of purpose that's codified in 1692. And they said, this is what is going on. Y'all got abuse from debt collectors. It's causing family abuse, emergencies. It's causing bankruptcies. It's causing all these different things. They did an audit and they're telling you that you at war, Title 50. So when Trump did the national emergency and I came with the Title X had to illuminate the selective service and say, hey, listen, there's no more dispute. Because on that social, using that social security number, there's always going to be a dispute because you got a body over there that is doing tax returns. You got these knuckleheads doing all kinds of things in there. They're using the social, they're using your identity. So it's making it seem like you blinking in all these different parts. So the armed forces are saying he got to collect these bodies and he's got to say, where is he at? So with this national emergency, you're never going to be post because everything is post beyond that doggone Title X because the Congress had already said y'all are in a national disaster. And y'all got abuse from debt collectors that's causing family breakup, which is what you're seeing now. That Social Security caused everybody to take their little fake paper card and go their own direction around this doggone planet. You took your little number, you took your little birth certificate, and everybody went here, went there. That's how they separated the family by giving us the illusion that all of these documents were for each one of us when we know there's one that goes to the hospital, and that's the father. And she goes to the hospital as one. She's carrying the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, the baby. So she's going in as one, but they let her go in there as Chiquita James when she's supposed to go in there as Noble Miguel. My name is Miss Noble Miguel. Don't you give me any other name because now you start having multiple names on the birth certificate. And really, she went in there with a belly full of Noble Miguel. And she came out with a belly full of Noble Miguel. So if Noble Miguel was just on there, we wouldn't have this problem of all these different papers saying the Noble Miguel baby was Chiquita, the baby was the other baby was Champagne, the other one was Rochelle, right? And now we begin all of this different confusion that they did on purpose to keep the wealthy men like us separated,
Yes.
bifurcated, arguing
Yes.
with each other, warring with each other. And now they got the female where they can give her some augmentation, give her some titties and some booty, give her a bag and some heels, give her some
Mm-hmm.
plastic. She gone. She
Mm-hmm.
gone. She
Mm-hmm.
gone. You don't have no control because she's like, you ain't doing it because it's hard for us to figure out because this was war against us.
Yes.
Look how much I work, Miguel. You know how I've been on the air. You think that's what I had to do? I had to get and die myself to get into this cemetery to find out what went on from the beginning, man.
Thanks.
What is going on? So now we're seeing the effects of we can't hide it no more. These men are showing themselves to be worthy of handling their own problems. I don't care if he takes her and hangs her off the bridge by her 2 feet. That's his property. And he
Mm.
can do that. If he wants to take that Mercedes and run it into that wall, that's his Mercedes. He's the surety. He's insured. If she gets out of her place and he wants to discipline her, that's his prerogative, Bobby Brown. He can do that. He has all power and authority. Most important authority.
That's the this is like regular to you. You already know this, brother Sharif. That's the power of this 14th Amendment
That's right.
citizenship.
Yeah.
And they can basically create a corporate fiction and articulate it any way that they want, and it ain't it's these people fall up under it. Is really nothing you can do at this point. They created black people.
But
You know.
Miguel, can you blame them if they feel this black man owns the world? He owns the world literally, and he can't handle one female. How is he going to handle a tribe?
That's a
How is
good
he going
point.
to handle a group? If you can't handle one, because this one, again, the hospital just one went in, and 3 went in, 3 came out, but you only see one body. So if you can't handle your one female, they're gonna be like, well, you ain't fit to rule a kingdom.
That's fair.
Some of it is our fault. Some of our
That's fair.
fathers was so much of ladies, mama do what your mama say. No, Pop, come on, man, this is a problem, man. Pop was working on the railroad. He working at the plant, right? He worked there 40 years. We shouldn't have to work a day in our life if our father worked somewhere for 40 damn years.
Yes.
We're not
Yeah.
supposed to work there too. I want to go work at the plant. I want to be a police officer like my daddy. No, I'm gonna go own the police department and own your daddy. We don't.
Hmm.
We progress. We don't go and do this rotating doggy stuff where we like, oh, my daddy was a firefighter, so I want to be one. Seriously, man. Like
So you know what? You touched on something, and Big Mike, you gonna recognize this the second I say it. You touched on something that's been in the back of my mind, and I want to derail the conversation because I want Sis to get in on this.
yeah,
Um, the mindset that you just sold, right? Not sold, but you just gave to the stream is what I always think about when I hear these dudes talk about these so-called immigrants come here and say, you guys are not taking advantage of this, that, the third, and the fourth, and the fifth, and it's this percentage of us and it's that percentage of y'all. No, nigga. If I went out and I grind, like I'm gonna grind for my son, I don't want him to have to do the same job I just did.
right.
Like, so a lot of us is not jumping into the colleges like I didn't
Mhm.
because we already seen it don't work. What
That's right.
doesn't produce the result that I want. Or I got a faster track or a more direct track, just being
Mhm.
an inventor or being an innovator or being a hustler in so
Mhm.
many words, legal and illegal. And it just popped in my mind. I had to jump on it because it's just normal for us to understand that. You see what I'm saying, Mike? It's just so normal for us to just a brother Sharif think is from New York. I'm from Baltimore. You
Mhm.
you you in Alabama. It's just a normal thing to us to go, you know what? We want to move the conversation forward. Yeah,
Mhm.
we worked at Denny's, but I want us to own franchises in Denny's.
Right.
The
Right.
next step is not to go work at Denny's again.
Right.
The next step is to let's have our last name and have a bunch of and sell our franchises. You know what I'm saying? We want to move up. That's what we've always done, and that's how this planet exists because we always think bigger. And I think one of the main things I always tell, and sis right here, she'll tell you, I think we think too small for too long. We don't
Because
think
we're
big
not
enough.
small people.
Hey, and I'll say something like what Brother Sharif said too, because if you've ever been in white people's households and seeing how their dynamic works, son and dad always overrule the mom.
Mm-hmm.
Always.
Mm-hmm.
There ain't no do what your mama say in white households.
Right. That's
It's
right.
literally if
That's
mom don't
right.
tell you what you want to hear, you go to dad, and
There you
dad
go.
can say the exact opposite of
He
mom,
veto it.
and
Overrule.
you veto all that shit. Like
Yep.
that shit happens so much.
Yep.
But yet we're the ones that we gotta give it to we gotta make sure no.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to kids. They have a lot of women have a lot too much say so in what happens to masculine children.
That's a
In,
fact.
in,
You
in
know,
a lot of situations.
the thing behind that is that dad is supposed to be there to be the representative for the risk. Moms don't be playing with that. Your mother don't want you to get hurt no type of way. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean?
True.
So dad is there to facilitate those risks. He's
Good
a
point.
risk assessor. He's in risk management. That's what he's
Yeah,
doing.
that's right. Good point.
Everybody's on his shoulders. You know what I mean?
Good point.
Right.
Good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you said something, Big Mike, when you talk about, well, most of these white people are in positions of perceived authority, so that's why they households operate like that. But don't get me wrong now, a lot of the white pink, I call them pink women, they got some power now. They wield some power because they will protest him.
They willpower.
They
Yeah,
will
they
protest. And
they
we
willpower.
and our females has gotten involved in the protests of the pink female, and that's been the problem. They've amalgamated together and look out for each other because the pink female done showed them some tricks that they were employing, which is how they lost their Wall Street. We took their Wall Street. That's why their statues are still up, the little naked, little offensive statues up on these buildings. We took their Wall Street. They lost it because of the things they've been doing, reckless, doing all the stupid paperwork, having all these different concepts. Those people don't get along. If we move out the way, they will war with each other because the war is really between them. They're using the copper as the medium to deflect the real heat, and the real heat is between these people, and they brought their war over here. We need to send them back home, which is why I see them saying we ain't leaving, we ain't going nowhere, we gonna put up a fight. They don't want to leave here. So when you look at the real thing is you tell your female, put that band around her mouth, I need you to be quiet, go in that house right
Mm-mm.
there and get all that administrative stuff done. I need to find out where the leak is. The leak in the Supreme Court is our leak. Who's leaking our information? Who's giving the social security number? Who's filling out the IRS form? Your female mother or girlfriend, kids, mama, we got a leak in our camp. We got somebody spying on our campaign that's using our information when the information is all these other places. So you got these forces that are really protecting us saying, we're going to look out for the dude. We're not going to kill him, but we're not going to let him lose. All your wealth is still where it needs to be. We ain't lost nothing but time, which is valuable. Our
Yeah.
stuff is put away. We ain't lose a dime. We're wealthy, but we have to get ourselves together and find out where the leak is. The leak is our female's big mouth
Hey,
Yes.
and her
It's
ability to think she can sign something. She has equal signing rights, that she can execute a contract, that she can talk back, that she can go to court. Man, this is crazy. You
I
do what?
posted on Facebook today, man, and I was just really being a jerk. Don't get me wrong, I was just being a jerk. I do that from time to time. But I said, the Supreme Court has never had a document leak until you know who got there.
Biden.
You know what I'm
No,
saying? You know
no,
who came in the building. Now all of a sudden, shit flying all over the place, shit
no. I
leaking.
think they saying it's Johnny. They saying it's Brown. They saying it's a black girl.
That's what I'm saying. I
That's
said,
right.
yeah, it
Oh,
didn't
that's what
start
you were
till you
saying.
know who got there.
So she got there.
Supreme Court been white
But
men,
but
white
but
women
Oh,
maybe
for years.
Mike, maybe that's her way of vindicating herself by saying, I made up to you by giving you this leak and let you know what they thinking on the inside. That's the insider trading, right? They've been insider trading with us. Maybe she's doing her insider trading. Well, let me drop this out to you and tell you how they thinking. And look what it's caused.
Oh, she's a Democratic shield, though. She up there to be an activist on the stand. on the bench.
You never know. She might, Mike. She might be your biggest fan, and she might want you to just kind of Voltron up and pull those powers together and give her a reason to shut up. If you give her a reason and show that you are God Almighty, you are the head of household, I think she wants to sit home and really do the Mary Poppins stuff that you want her to do. But she's looking for you to be a chair that she can sit in that's not going to fall.
I will say this: that these officials, judges, etc., they are different people in writing, especially when you know how to present a well put together affidavit, etc., etc. They're
Mm,
different people. You get a different reply when you know how to do an administrative process, etc. All those different things. So
okay.
whereas she may be in public the political thing or whatever she's going to end up being, that title that she bears and the skill set that she's supposed to have that accompanies that title. Um, she has an obligation, fiduciary obligation, to correspond with us accordingly. And you put the right stuff in front of her face, just like with the Department of Justice.
Hmm.
They be on some fuck shit sometimes. They be on some real shit. But when you present the evidence, you know, you get a different reply. And I know that from sis. Just like we know with the feds. The
Hmm.
feds after you, they don't make. They not local police. They not sure. When they
Hmm.
come, they don't. There's certain mistakes that they don't make, and
Hmm.
they come with a little bit more. So
And there's
I
certain
think,
scandals they don't have either.
yeah,
There's
there's
certain
certain,
things they don't do. The
So
fuck
I
the
tell you,
feds
I
ain't
mean,
doing all the
we
shit the police do.
Mike, we provide a very wild enough forum to where you can look perfect with the chaos we got going on. It's real easy to look clean. We got things all over the place. We got the whole IRS library. We got the whole Social Security. We got the whole tax return. I mean, we provide a chaotic atmosphere for anybody to look perfect that's coming through trying to bring some structure. What we need to do as men is make sure that we have the structure without the affidavits, without any of that, that female knows that she can trust you to be that HOH, that head of household, which is saying, I don't need you to file no more documents. I don't need you to do nothing else that's going to go against this family because the treason you're going to have to deal with is with me because I'm the highest they come. When we start doing that, I don't think these people want to be in our business. These, what you call them, white people, I think they want to be sailing on a boat, fishing, doing whatever they want to do. I don't think they want to be sitting here babysitting no grown, wealthy men who don't know who they are, but they'll do
indeed.
it to not to make sure you don't lose your wealth. And this is why I say this is not a race thing, because you're gonna find that most pink people are the ones that's helping you more than ones that look like you. They will preserve wealth. They're good at maintaining the grounds and making sure that you don't lose your money, because that's a good position for them to be in. That when you do wake up, you're gonna what? You're gonna reward them. Your brothers is the ones that'll turn against you because
Huh.
again, $5,000 in a Gucci bag and give them a car with some 18 or 15-inch rims and they gone too on you, bro. They done turned on you too. So
I
it's
know.
cheap.
I know a nigga that turned on you just for you looking at him in his Versace robe.
Well, I'll
Um,
say this: those people have helped me grow my business, and
Mhm,
so I mean, it's certain people that are just they're gonna do the right thing. You know
mhm.
what I'm saying? By you, black, white, whatever. It's just certain
Sure,
people. When I
sure.
talk about white people, I'm talking about the system that's been set up to deprive everybody else of justice. Not really, you know what I'm saying, white people. Does that
So
make sense? Yeah, I'm not, I'm not a
I
prejudiced
know
person.
we use that. I know when we get in our environment, we know what that means when we talk about it. But
Yeah,
I think the system, when you understand you're on both sides in the middle, you'll understand that they've had to make the system appear so wide to contain this problem, which is what? The family dysfunction that we've had. And it's come from our upbringing. Single mamas, I grew up, y'all know, I tell it, my mama was beating the dog shit out of us, man, whipping us extension cords, lamps, whatever you had, and it wasn't even necessary, but she was frustrated herself. That was not a good upbringing for me. So when you talk about that, that's the problem, is what they call single. She's not single. She made choices to open her legs to get pregnant and not maintain that bond with that man. Like, this is no option for you to have 2, 3, 4, and 5 kids and just find because, oh, you had an argument that you're leaving. That's not even an option. Them white people don't do that. They will stay sleep on the couch in the basement. They ain't breaking up. They're not getting a divorce unless it's really, really serious. They're gonna stay together. Okay. So we have to understand the system has been just as bad as our house environment has been.
Yes.
And they have to make it wide because to contain this female's mind when she start going, and then you add those emotions, she gets out there. They gotta have a virus big enough to contain her. So it has to look like it's in triplicate. It has to look like it's all over the place. They take those alphabets and they spread them and mix them to make sure that nobody gets out and nobody gets in when they want to. And I think, Mike, you're going to appreciate that system more when you understand they was really doing you a big favor by making the system seem like it's everywhere because your counterpart female, she's everywhere doing what she's not told to do.
Trojan horse.
She is. So the system is you. And when you get into the system, Mike, and you melt yourself into the system, you'll see you and the system as one. Because it's really just all you, and you'll know she can't go nowhere because somebody is always watching her. But I ain't got to worry about you. I got a brother over here and a sister over here and a brother over there. Selective services everywhere. If you do something wrong, I'll get the word. So I'm not worried about it because the system will always catch you because you just don't know what eyes is on you. This is how we have to start embracing the system and stop getting caught up into it. She's the one that's worshiping things through the mail and through TV. But we know you and I are Biden and Trump and Obama. At the end of the day, these characters are just reflecting what's going on in our lives.
Gotcha.
So let me let's provide this question while we on that topic because it's akin to it. How can we say a little more? How can we convince this generation of women to stop killing their children?
Stop giving them children to kill.
Well,
that's
yeah.
one thing.
I think that's the solution. But when they are pregnant and that has happened, what could we do to convince them to? What will have to happen?
It's like what we said earlier. See, what's happening is you got dudes out here that's not taking ownership of the woman and having a child with her. They're just coming and leaving the child. Like, if you take ownership of a woman, and I'm not trying to, objectify them or anything like that. But what I'm saying is if you take ownership of a woman, she will do what you say do. If y'all get pregnant and she feels confident enough that you own her, she's gonna keep your baby. If you say
you got to buy him, you got to purchase the debt, right, Mike? Right.
Exactly. I mean, you purchase the debt, you take ownership. In the other countries, you pay a dowry to her family or whatnot. So yeah.
So if you pay the dowry, she ain't got no choice, do she?
Right.
Yeah,
brothers, young brothers, are not taking ownership of these women
because they don't know what you just said, Mike. They don't know what you just said.
Yeah. And it's evident in our community because they've never seen anything owned.
There you go. Because the female can't own nothing. That's just a straw purchase. So she really can't own nothing anyway at the end of the day. She's a straw purchase. She don't have any value. She's the straw man. Because she can't buy nothing. She can bid and hold a sign up, but when they ask her for the payment in 10 days, she ain't got it. So that's what you got to understand. She's the straw, and straw purchase is illegal. She's just a placeholder. She's a proxy. So you sort of say, baby, go ahead, bid on that, put that on there, and then I'll be there in 10 days to pay for it. Like Mike said, once you buy her, the courts ain't got nothing to say because now she's yours. And now you respect her more, she'll respect you more because now as a purchaser, you have fiduciary duties and obligations to make sure your property taken care of. And she'll feel more confident about that because you have the title to her, which means you can insure her, which means she's insured if anything happens.
Well,
because you're the
that's
Yahtzee.
that's why they feel unprotected. They're really unowned.
And that's why
And
Amy
because when you're
Barrett said
owned, you're
today.
protected. You feel protected.
There you go. So that's why Amy Barrett said today, if you do more adoptions, there'll be less abortions. You can only adopt a female. You cannot marry her. I tell brothers this, you can't marry your own product, man. You produce male and female. You gotta adopt it, bro. You marrying, that's incest. You can't marry her. You create her. How you gonna marry her? You adopt her. And when you adopt her, she can use
That's
your name.
interesting. It's
You
an
can
interesting
only
concept.
adopt. That's what the Constitution's adopted. You can adopt a highway, adopt a dog, or what they call an animal. She's considered in law a pet or what you call an male. That's what she is. That's why she's adoptable.
Hmm.
When you adopt her, Social Security is just a adoption list. That's all. It's a free list of adoptable females. That's all it's for. That's what
You know,
SSA
it's
is. The
you know,
state adoption.
this to the untrained ear, you gotta know you've been studying for a while, brother Sharif. So
Yeah, man. Yeah.
this is I can hang with you because I know that these designations that we have is under this 14th Amendment corporate fiction shit.
Yeah.
And it goes to what the feminists was arguing about just being property. So you're not saying anything that's not correct. It's a fact. These are what the these are what the laws is. And I reiterate, like I do almost every live, that these so-called white people, these Europeans, the first time they were free was the Declaration of Independence. They were property every moment before that.
hmm
You understand?
And
So
now they property again, Miguel,
yeah,
with Roe versus Wade.
yeah.
Because Roe
So
versus Wade says that what? You property. You ain't got no statute of limitations because I still own my Statue of Liberty, my copper statue. So you're not free. Oh, it's been 50 years. I don't care if it's been 100. That birth certificate has never been removed. Those dates and times. I hold the title surety to your tail. I don't care if you're 80 and they figure if they're 80, what you gonna do with me? I'm gonna take them 80 years of tenure you got and I'm gonna put that on my doggone schedule. And now I got 80 years of some good tenure. I don't care what age you are. If you got an age, you're still under God. Still a
yeah,
minor.
yes.
Still a
Facts.
minor. So that's what it is. They're coming back into subjugation. And we should be fair with them because to be honest with you, they're pretty smart animals. In order to trick us and do what they did, they're pretty smart. And I think you should employ their intelligence because they got
Yes.
some good survivor skills.
Yeah. For them to exist this long.
Right, Miguel? You want to
It's
have
just
them kind of animals when you go in the forest looking for hunting, right? Hunting, biding, right? If you hunting, biding, you want to have these kind of animals that's smart. They know their topography. They know their geology. I mean, they're going to get you around. They're the ones in the boats doing the tours. Come on, man. We have to employ them. They're pretty smart.
too much is given, much is required.
That's right,
Hey,
man.
hey sis, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm
Okay.
listening.
Okay. Let's make sure you was there.
Yeah, I just want to say shout out to the chat.
Definitely peace.
Big mic drop, world class. Um, it's funny because when I saw that they brought up Roe v. Wade once again, I don't know. It's like every couple of years they bring it up. I remember
Mhm.
being a teenager and they brought it up. I'm in my late 30s now. They're constantly bringing it up anytime they need the quote unquote black female vote. For some reason, they
Right.
always bring that up as if the Dred Scott decision has not changed. You know, making it seem like the black female has options,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Hmm.
Constantly throwing in the benefits, and it's not benefit. Even with the benefits really aren't benefiting any of us at the end of the day, because really our population isn't dying down. It's their population that's dying down. They bring in all of these statistics. At first they was talking about a couple years back they was talking about their statistics, and then they stopped talking about their statistics and started talking about world statistics. Now, why would you go to, would you say, North Dakota, South Dakota? Like, these are the least populated states within the union. Why in the world would you go to the least populated states to bring out some statistics talking about Indians and quote unquote black females are the number one that's going to get the abortions? It ain't even no. I guarantee you that it's probably one family that look like us that's in North Dakota, South Dakota.
I was convinced. I'm telling you, I didn't think they exist. One fucking song from fucking South Dakota. I had a theory for like 5 years that they didn't exist.
That's because people from there don't get out.
Forever that they don't. It's like that's not even a thing. They don't exist. Yo, we don't even. I think the only time I ever even remember seeing North Dakota on a sign was when I went to Minnesota. I was like, wow, North Dakota. I'm not even thinking about. I mean, nobody thinks about North Dakota. When you talk about, oh yeah, I want to move somewhere, we're not moving to no North or South Dakota. Stop capping.
Right.
You know, so they got us out here making us think that, oh wow, you know, their abortion rate is high, even in North Dakota. Where did I get that from? What the abortion rate was high in North Dakota in the crack era? Like they had some. Come on now. We don't live in North Dakota or South Dakota. Stop.
Hold on.
Where are they getting these numbers from? It's sad. It's really sad. But like I said, you know, they want to appear, as the Big Mike was saying, they want to appear as if, you know, they actually got some type of agenda with these midterms. You know, and it's crazy. You know, they have no agenda. I mean, their whole. I mean, after I think I saw a video the other day, and Biden was talking about the hair on his legs and how children was watching. I'm like, yo,
what?
Biden's a certified weirdo. A certified weirdo. The Democratic Party is on his deathbed right now.
Definitely like
and they're grasping for straws. He killed it. Him and Kamala Harris, they killed it. They have killed it.
Maybe
I'm
talking
it's done.
He has killed it. I mean, if that's what the European man, it's like watching Benjamin Buttons.
Right. Watching him
Every
fall
time
down the
he
stairs.
says something, it's like, wow. It's like what y'all won't shut him up. Y'all just continue to let him talk. It's crazy. It is absolutely crazy. When I look at what they got going on, it is crazy. When you look at and see what they did to Dave Chappelle, you know, like how you get in there, like how you get in there. First of all, they said that you couldn't even have a cell phone in there. They wasn't even letting you had to check your cell phone in. So, dude, you got a knife a whole knife?
Yeah.
How did you get that in there?
No, check it out, Kay. He had a knife that looked like a gun.
Right.
So how did he? Yeah, you should have got neither one.
None.
Somebody had it in there already.
They got a leak in their security.
They got a leak in their security. And we got to protect Dave Chappelle at all costs.
Yeah.
We got to protect Dave Chappelle at all costs, man. He's what's the word? He's one of our oral historians.
Yeah.
One of the great oral historians as well.
And whenever any of us speak out against the foolery that they got going on, you know, they try to cancel. You know, Karen is always trying to cancel. Karen was not able to cancel Dave Chappelle. They thought Netflix was going to take him off. Netflix, look, they said, look, we're not doing this. We tired of you, Karen. Everybody is tired. Everyone in the world is tired of Karen and her son.
Mm.
Everyone.
Yeah. Her, yep. Yes. They need to go. That little raggedy little pair they got going on, they need to go somewhere.
Well, did you hear?
Iceland.
Now it actually came out. My wife sent it to me earlier today that white Karens are saying that Karen is similar to the N word.
Oh
Yeah, she been there.
So they're saying that now they don't want us to say it because it's offensive, and it's basically what's the word? Offensive to a woman who's just trying to defend herself. But how you defending yourself at a public pool trying to ID people? How you defending yourself at a public park trying to ID people? In Walmart trying to ID people? You know what I'm saying? You're not defending yourself. You're not minding your own damn business. You're not minding the business that pays you.
You harassing the rest of the population of the world. Like, that's what you're doing. You minding everybody else's business.
Because
and I know y'all use that term woman, but my girl Brown, she was smart to not even do that, because I don't even think people really know what that word woman means. It don't mean what we think. So when they asked, the senator asked Brown, y'all see, she was like, I'm not gonna provide a definition for woman.
No, because she's gonna change the definition from the bench when the little dude come up there.
Oh yeah,
a woman. So she had to be careful of not to do that. So she wasn't whatever little boy come up to the Supreme Court saying he's a woman. That's why she didn't answer that. I don't think she did it for the reasons we don't call women women.
Yeah, the other thing is, she has to appeal to her husband and his crew, right? Because her husband and his crew, those.
Oh, he's Paul Ryan's cousin. Paul Ryan, the old Speaker of the House, that's his cousin that she's married to.
Yeah.
See, one thing I see in that situation is what I say. You know who she bound down to. You know who she getting down for.
Mm-hmm.
When it's all said and done, she's gonna get down with the person that's already made her get down.
Well, her and Amy Barrett, they come from the same law firm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they do. Two different sides of the coin.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I'm rocking with
that look like that. His forehead looked like Busta Rhymes stomped his forehead.
Hey man. Dave Chappelle said he stomped him out and the security stomped him.
They said Busta Rhymes. They said Jamie Foxx stomping.
Yeah, they stomped him out.
Allegedly, everybody got him.
But that's what needed to happen. You see, they thought it was gonna be some Chris Rock, Will Smith type of shit, but you're dealing with some real goons. Like I said, you run up on stage, you run up on this stage, but you're gonna regret that you did it. I promise you.
That also says that the black man needs to have very good security. And that female needs to be making sure that he's protected after this Roe v. Wade, because I just got an article saying police is ramping up because of the fallout from this Roe v. Wade. They want to take it to some war type of action. If we're stepping up to the power structure, they're gonna try to turn this into some war thing. And they got all the guns and the weapons. I want y'all to pay attention to this. Those pink people got to get them guns up. That's what I've been hammering and focusing. They should not look. They on medication. They reading these books. They reading Supreme Court's opinions that they can't read. They got guns. They got religion. They are dangerous. They cannot have guns. And that's the problem. You don't have insurance to have a gun if you injure one of these black copper stones around here. You cannot have them guns. And that's what we have to focus on. That the Supreme Court already immunized themselves by saying, we write things, but it's not for you. So they telling you that we're not even talking to you. We're sharing with you a conversation that we have, and we write in our particular parse language, but it's not for you. And please do not think that you can comprehend it. So what we have to understand is that the fallout this time is going to be from them. And them, with all their emotions, they're going to really have a problem with the truth. Okay?
Yeah. Right. Look at that knot on the side of that man's head.
Yeah, they did him in. Yeah, they
you
did
see the knot on the right there where the arrow is? Noble, look at that damn knot, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they did him in.
This is a picture of what happened.
He looked like he got bit by a 5-pound mosquito.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, they didn't come out. And that's how somebody should look anytime they come against us. That's how they should look.
That's
Yeah.
exactly it. I'm with that
How they
100%.
should look.
I'm trying to make your head look like a jack-o'-lantern.
That's right. Wow.
White bosses, they went to
Wow.
town on this young man.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, as they should have.
I want to, like, how you afford those tickets? Those tickets were not cheap tickets, and you homeless. Like, make it make sense.
He wasn't home. The police paid for his ticket.
That's right.
On law.
And
On law.
The police paid for his ticket.
And told him to do it.
And told him to do it. Hey, put the gun or the knife in there for him. Told him where to go get it from behind the toilet, like the Godfather. You know, somebody was in there beforehand cleaning up. They planned it.
I don't know how y'all, like, I was taught to profile when I was young. You know, I was always taught to look at little things like
that
right here.
Oh wow!
It's telling me everything.
What the nails?
What's that?
That tell me everything about him.
What is that? Yeah, what do you get? That?
Double jointed. If he even double jointed or they broke him like this, what are the two?
Oh no, they broke his arm. They broke his arm.
He broke him.
Oh yeah, bro. That dude got mollywop, man. First of all, when your security come out and pull somebody backstage. See, I'm gonna tell you a quick story if you don't mind. I used to be a manager of U-Haul back around the time when my son was born. I used to be manager U-Haul. And they put me in a U-Haul in a pretty rough area of town as the manager. I had a couple little dudes working for me. You know, they were cool. And they were down. They were body. So, you know, we had this guy come in one night right after dark. He starts threatening folks. He cussing. He want to knock shit over in the store. You know, just showing out. Like he gonna scare somebody. Oh, you gonna call the police? You gonna call the police on me? Told the dude, I said, hey, Larry, go lock the door. I sent Larry around him while he in the showroom acting the fool. I told Larry to go lock the door because it was just us in there. I locked the door. He started getting right then. He want to talk now. Oh, you thought I was gonna call the police? Nah, we handle things out of court, brother.
That's right.
So now, what kind of problem you got now?
Right.
Oh man, it was a misunderstanding. I know it is. We straight now though, right? Yeah, that's how we handle things, man. We're gonna get you, and we're gonna bring you in with us.
Well, you gonna
lock everybody else out. Anybody who can come in and get you, we locking them out.
But Mike, that's what we're gonna have to do on a global scale. Because we got a lot of problems in our neighborhood to deal with. And I'm telling you, they'd be glad to leave and let us handle it because they don't want liability for it. We're going to have to lock down some neighborhoods and take care of business. We're going to have to do some POL, process of elimination.
At this point in time, they don't have to they're not forced to take responsibility for it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, but as the legal system continues to degrade, because I don't know if people look at this Supreme Court leak as a sign of strength of the court. It's a sign that the court is breaking down as well, just like the rest of the system.
It's broke.
It's done.
It's broke. It's done. Yeah. It's over with. Look, the thing about it is this. It's been broke for so long. It was broke the time that it would actually begin. Right. But see, what's been going on is the continuation to make it appear as if it's been operating the proper way. So all they did was, like I keep saying, in 1933, they went on a banking holiday and never returned. The party's still been going on. Like, they done had years of this party going on. Now everybody was on. Remember, they shut everything down. So when they shut everything down, they thought it was going to be of their advantage, and it wasn't. What happened was everybody got on Clubhouse, everybody on Telegram, everybody on Zoom, and just sharing so much information. Everybody is so much to the point where everyone is awake, not woke, but everyone has awakened in this past couple of years that you can never go back to where it was.
Right.
That's right.
It's not going back. It's only moving forward. And moving forward, we don't see them in our future. We're moving forward.
That's right.
Right. And I'm glad you made that distinction, Kay,
That's right.
between an awakening and woke. You see,
Mhm.
woke is that doppelganger that they give you to follow, making you think you're awake. But that's why it's pronounced wrong and spelled wrong. I don't even think woke is a real word. But it's
Right.
totally different and it's separate from the awakening that occurred.
Correct.
This is a paradigm shift.
That's right.
And you know, we're fortunate enough to live in these times. I'm super excited. I don't have no fear about it. I'm excited.
That's right. That's right.
I can't wait to see what happens because
That's right.
I already know that it's justice on the other end of this struggle.
Oh yeah.
It's real justice, true justice.
Oh yeah.
Real quick. Savannah said, "Hey y'all, someone said his braids were
Falling
falling off the bone."
Damn, dog. Like some ribs. Like some old slow cook ribs. Your braids like short ribs.
Yeah, anytime any of them want to run up, that's exactly how they're gonna leave out.
How they need to look.
Yeah.
Yeah, you run up and try to attack somebody on stage, you need to look like this.
But you know what I think though?
I hope he got a good PPP check for that.
Hey, it don't even look like it's gonna cover the ice for that night.
Oh man. Man. I'm wondering how Will didn't have no shut eye with that smack that he got.
Man, look.
Chris, I wonder why Chris ain't got no marks up on his face.
I think because it was open hands, flesh to flesh.
Okay.
You know, probably hit the bone.
Nah, he was supposed to have a welt, something.
A whelp, at least a whelp.
Hey,
At least a whelp.
Botox don't whelp up.
Embalming fluid don't either.
Hey,
You know that Botox
that
got
shit
that
bounce back
embalming
like shoe
fluid.
leather, dog.
That's right. That embalming fluid in there.
Ooh, trying to kill me.
Man.
Yeah, that's how he's supposed to get it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Shout out to Dave Chappelle and the crew for stomping this dude out.
Man.
For real. For real, I'm with that. I ain't gonna lie, I love seeing that.
Yeah, man.
We need to see more. We need to see more of this.
Well, we need to not see more of it because they need not to cop their ass on the stage. They need to start bringing them guns out, start popping them legs.
That's right.
When you get up there, and then you them big boys may not be able to get to them, but for them, that bullet traveling like 3,000 miles an hour, that'll heat your ass. That shit ain't no joke, man.
It's definitely a deterrent. And I'm a proponent of guns. I'm keeping all mine. You know what I'm saying? So like, I'm with that. I'm with it. Definitely. I'm in the heaviest armed place in the country.
Where's that at, Mike?
I'm in the southeast. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia.
Oh, you in Atlanta?
Yeah, but I'm
They
from
armed
Alabama.
up in Atlanta like that?
Man, they just passed a law. You don't even have to have a license, bro.
Come on. They
Man,
did
18, you can go buy that joint. And
for
walk
concealed
around with it. No,
for concealed now.
Huh?
For concealed or open?
You don't have to have a license, period.
Oh,
so can you conceal,
The
Mike?
only reason you have to have a license is for reciprocity with other states. Like if I travel to South Carolina or Florida or Alabama, I need my concealed carry permit to be in law with them. But this is now a constitutional carry state, and that's Atlanta.
It's constitutional everywhere. Put it in your trust.
Well, you know, Atlanta and Florida is in the same 11th district anyway, so it should be reciprocity if you get in that Federal Reserve District. That's how you're supposed to move anyway. So,
yeah, but you know they love to hem a brother up, so I make sure my paperwork tight when I'm moving. I'm gonna keep my license. I'll say that because I be moving too much. You know what I'm saying? In different places, I don't want to get caught ignorant, you know, of the law somewhere, and then you know that be my undoing.
It's pretty typical around the country, whereas you have to have it obviously unclipped, clean, the chamber clear, the magazine in one place, firearm in another.
because you might well not have a gun.
That's what I'm saying. Like I heard, I'm like, what the fuck is the point, nigga? Like I need that shit on me
You
to
might
travel.
you might well buy you a stun gun, bro.
Right.
Like,
We'll learn how to cuss real good. Like,
drive off fast, run fast, something.
fuck.
Yeah, because by the time you got to do all that, man, the way these cats sliding on you up here for the car jack,
With a
all
Draco.
that, yeah, man, please, man.
Lit just through the window on you.
Hey,
Hold up, wait a minute. Let me go to my truck first. I got to get this part.
Man, even if you get the gun out, dog, they gonna get away with the clip as fast as they slide. So you know.
Wow. So Georgia just passed that law. You can get it at 18. Wow.
Oh, well, you can always have gotten guns at 18 in the South, but now you don't have. Well, see, you have the long gun. You can go on your 18th birthday and buy an AR-15 in the South.
Dang.
You know, still in high school, I had an SKS when I was in high school.
My man said in Illinois, everybody licensed the cat. Yeah, I bet in Illinois, everybody licensed.
Everybody is licensed in Illinois.
In Illinois, huh? Wow.
Yeah.
Everybody is licensed, or if you can't get licensed, everybody is hip to having it in their trust. So
Gotcha.
yeah, even if you don't have a license, everybody got just about everybody has a gun trust. So yeah, it's so many. Yeah, it's so many constitutional. It's so many constitutional ways to be able to just be yourself without being taxed to death.
Let me ask y'all a question that y'all could consider. Did y'all consider whether Roe v. Wade was really kind of canceling the Constitution in replacement of that martial law? Did you think surreptitiously that maybe that's the underlying reason to do the Roe v. Wade? Is to kind of
The martial law is. I would say the martial law has already been here for years. I think the Roe v. Wade thing is basically putting them in their place. So, reminding them that you don't really have any rights to vote. Reminding them that we made it appear as if you have free will, but you don't really have free will.
That's right.
Putting her back in the domestication, because she's been out here. Karen, she's just been out here doing way too much. Like, Karen, it's time for you to go back in the cave. We got to lock you back up, because that's exactly how she was. Like, we, as the Asiatic woman, we didn't have those issues. We didn't have those problems. So by us buying on and lagging on, it gave that conduit, that copper conduit, for them to be able to charge up that situation.
Yeah, true.
And during their whole, well, we're gonna go out here, we're gonna march, and we're gonna protest. First and foremost, protest don't start in the street. Your protests start with that affidavit. That's where your protests start. Your protests start on paper, not out in the street. So all that was, making it appear to be like some, oh yeah, we're a part of the women's suffrage movement. That wasn't anything real. That was theater.
Yeah, that was
And they took Sojourner Truth. I always ask myself, what did Sojourner Truth really do? And that's really what she was the black mascot for the women's suffrage movement, for the white women to get their freedom, and from their patriarch, and they used her and left the black woman behind for years, decades, and I always thought that was a strange dynamic, is that they always kind of depend on black women to push their agenda. While they still sit back and look like innocent, sweet soccer moms, they got black women on the front lines for them, pushing their agenda. And now the relationship has become enmeshed.
Yeah.
Between white women and black women.
Everyone is tired. Everyone has been tired of Karen.
And vice versa.
Yeah. Everybody is done with Karen. The world is done with Karen. When you got foreigners over here, that's like, Karen, just stop. We tired of you. Yeah. And they ain't even been here that long.
Right.
They can barely even pronounce the King's English properly. But they know to say, Karen, stop.
That's true.
Yeah, because Karen used to be able to cry
Mm-hmm.
and
Oh, yeah.
round up
In the world.
500
Oh,
dudes
500 dudes. That's right. Oh,
to
yeah.
come murder everybody in
Oh,
sight.
yeah. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Now that they can't do that, these dudes
Right.
are like, look, first of all, you got me on child support,
Mm-hmm.
Karen.
Mm-hmm.
So, you
Facts.
know what I'm saying? You cheated on me. You
No
started
doubt.
fucking with black dudes on me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not doing this for you. I'm going to marry me an Asian.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to
Sure.
marry an Asian.
Shout out to
And
Dallas D and Melanated and Candid Productions. She in the chat. Go ahead, go ahead, Big Mike. Appreciate
no,
you.
I'm just saying, like, it's just funny how the dynamics are changing, man, right before our eyes, and nobody's seeing it. And how many of these I'm not gonna say uneducated because everybody has some sort of education. I
Right.
will say just the people that lack situational awareness, they're not even looking at their surroundings,
Mm-hmm.
and they think that this has something to do with them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's gonna be a lot of black women that really go for it. As a
Mhm.
black man, I know I'll never have to have an abortion. I'll never have to stand before, the judge at the end of the day and and account for that. It's nothing I'll ever have to do. So really, all I have is an opinion on it.
Gotcha.
All I have is an opinion on it. But at the end of the day, it's nothing I'll ever have to put up with. So, I can go on about my merry way and kick the can on down the road
Okay.
as a man.
Okay.
But it's the women that are at risk with this situation.
No, the women ain't at risk with the situation. Women need to shut up, sit down, and let them fight it out. 'Cause
Amen.
it don't have nothing to do with us.
Ain't
Let
got nothing to
these
do with it.
people
Let
fight.
them fight. And
Let them fight it out.
just tell them you can't shoot in this zone. This is a restricted area.
Well,
Y'all take that over
they're
there.
not even shooting over here.
That's
They
right.
aiming at each other. I mean, look at what they did on January 6th. Like January 6th replays in my mind. Like when I saw where it looked like Planet of the Apes took over the Capitol. I mean, they was literally crawling the walls of the Capitol.
It was
I think
beautiful to me.
It
it,
was.
did-
It
it was
was
beautiful.
like
Niggas
it
can't.
was. Hollywood couldn't have made a better movie.
Looking at the Democrats inside praying, one woman speaking in tongues, they on their knees, they on the chairs. I loved every bit of it. I ain't gonna lie. I can't even lie. I went live on Facebook saying how this shit was awesome. This is the best. Like, oh my gosh. I'm getting chill bumps just thinking about it.
Mhm.
And that's kind of why I'll say this. I didn't want Trump to stay, but I wouldn't mind if somebody as polarizing came back because we were almost on the brink of destruction, but I needed a break in Trump because we weren't ready yet. We had just started having these conversations.
Mm.
By the time this next election come up, we'll be ready. So y'all
Oh
go
yeah.
ahead and we'll sit back and watch you tear each other apart.
I mean,
Mm.
when he come back this time, he gonna make sure that wall is built. You
Oh
know?
Oh
yeah.
yeah, I want it built.
It need to be built. I mean, look, all of these illegals, all of this fentanyl that
Mhm.
it's like fentanyl. Have y'all seen a lot of people do put the videos up, but it's a part of Philly called Kensington. Kensington is like the drop for the Fetty. It's
Mm.
ridiculous.
Oh, you
I
in
mean,
Philly? Yeah, I lived in
no, no.
Sharon Hill.
Oh no, no. You where?
I lived in Sharon Hill for about 5, 6 years.
Okay. No, I'm not in Philly, but I got a lot of family in
Yeah,
Philly.
Philly, Philly, yeah.
Yeah, but it's just crazy when you look at this area of Philly. It's like they didn't dropped all of the Fetty off in that one area.
Mm.
It's ridiculous.
Mm.
I mean, ridiculous. Like people from all over the world goes to that area just to get fentanyl.
Wow. Wow.
It's
Yeah, I lived
crazy.
in Philly. Philly was not I wasn't crazy about Philly. I'm from New York, so Philly was like a wannabe New York. So
Hmm.
when somebody really trying to be like someone else, it's very annoying to
Hmm.
native New Yorkers.
Mhm.
Very annoying.
Yeah. Yeah. It's amazing watching how they're fighting, because the way that they fight, it's next level. The way we fight, we've been accustomed to fighting. It's nothing like how they fight, right? Because they tear down the whole financial system. They fight, they
Listen, family court is their fight, and family court has destroyed everybody. Family.
look, they coming for everything. And I'm
They fucking up
telling you, it's
everybody.
like that when I'm watching them, and it's like, remember the end of the movie Rosewood? Remember at the end and how mad he was because Karen lied?
Hmm.
Because she lied, she started a whole riot on innocent people. And he
Hmm.
was so angry with her at the end, because that's when he actually woke up and realized that this whole time it was because of you. You did this.
Yep.
What movie was this?
Rosewood.
Rosewood. Yeah, I remember that.
That's a place in Jersey, by the way, too.
We got Dallas D of Melanated and Candy Productions. Um,
Peace.
hey sis, I wanted you to build on that. That was it kind of threw me off with not threw me off, but it really like sparked something in me when you made this comment right here.
All
Definitely want
right.
to
Well, first of all, hello everybody. How's everybody doing?
Good. How are you?
good day,
Good. How you
love. How
doing?
are you? Shout out to
Good.
Texas.
So that comment is because I have done a lot of research on the Roe v. Wade decision back in 1973. And what's interesting now is to hear a lot of men and women say that men don't have a dog in this fight, and that's not true. When Roe v. Wade was decided on in 1973, the opinions of the justices was based on the fact that government could not determine how a couple, a man and a woman, use contraceptives, and they couldn't determine when that couple decided to become parents. And the reason why it was listed as a couple is because they went back to other cases, and don't make me lie to you what they are right now, but I'll bring them back and I'll post them in the comment section on what those cases were. But those cases expounded on the fact that you can't just say a woman, you have to say it was founded on the bedroom. So the government cannot impede on bedroom activities and how a couple chooses to use contraceptives. So they considered abortion as a form of contraceptive, saying that any person had the right to determine when they became a parent. So the reason why men have a dog in this fight is because, first of all, it's your seed. She may be carrying the pregnancy, but it's your seed that's planted in her garden. That's first of all. But if the opinion of the justices in 1973 were based on the fact that they couldn't determine how an individual used contraceptives or when an individual became a parent, how is it that he can't tell you? Now, I don't agree that any man should make that decision, but the biological father definitely should have a say. So if the biological father cannot determine that you or have a say in you bringing that pregnancy to term and delivering that child, then when she makes that unilateral decision, how is it that she could force you into parenthood via family court? Because the law was written as gender neutral.
Facts.
And the
So
man
y'all
gets
have a dog in this fight.
It's just we don't have a way of enforcing it. I think that's the problem. We don't have a way to enforce it. Once that seed is in the garden, it belongs to nature, right? So you can't very well take the seed out the garden.
aren't you the farmer?
No, right.
Aren't
You
you the
can't take.
agriculture department?
Yeah, I am, but like some seeds can't be retrieved once they're planted,
Why not?
and yeah, you can't do it.
Selective Service collects all those seeds.
The selective service, man.
That's the golf course. That's the golf course. That's all men. So I don't. She don't go nowhere. She wherever she turns, she's meeting a man. She carries the man's franchise identity, which y'all call a name. So everything she do is on a bisexual level because she has the what they call the last name. The word last means original. She's carrying a man's last name, so she's entering into a bisexual transaction using the franchise name, plus whatever her nickname is, Maria, Karen, whatever. So how is it that you are the farmer? That's the most important.
But
You till the land.
that's if you own the land.
You do.
If you farming somebody else's land, which is what these young dudes out here doing, they're not taking ownership of the land. So they
That
have
all
no claim.
depends.
They
That all
have no claim.
depends. Look at Monsanto. So you can have a farm, but because Monsanto and all them have genetically modified pretty much everything that we eat and everything, so you can decide you have a potato at home, right? And you decide you want to plant some potatoes in your yard. You take the potato you bought from the grocery store, cut it in half, however you want to do it, you go out there and plant it. But because that particular potato has been genetically modified, Monsanto can come on your land and say, hey, that DNA belongs to me. So even though you can't even though once you plant it, you can't necessarily uproot everything that you plant, there are ways to argue these. We just got to figure out the right ways to argue. Another way to argue this to where men have a dog in this fight. So if you read like the NSSM 200, they talk about population control and all this other stuff. So what happens when there's an endangered species? That species, once they become endangered, becomes illegal or unlawful for you to kill, correct?
Yep.
We are currently living in a time where mankind is becoming extinct. And if we continue down this path, we're going to become extinct. So if you look at it like that, when a species becomes endangered, it becomes unlawful to take that species out.
Well, if you look at the way this thing is set up, it's almost is unlawful for white women to have abortions.
And honestly,
you don't see it being promoted to them. And honestly, when it first started with Margaret Sanger, it was actually called the Negro Project.
Right.
Birth control and Planned Parenthood. They became Planned Parenthood. This was built for us. This is soft genocide at its best. And yet police presence and police action will go up because guess what? When the soft genocide stop working, you got to go back with the more hardcore option. You got to go with the nuclear option.
And I think that's I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think that's another reason why white men are pushing back so far now, because one, not only are white women having abortions at a higher rate than anybody else, so they're seeing, and now they're becoming more and more of a minority. Plus, the opioids have taken a lot of them out. Then their real fighters in the white community are all the baby boomers. They got one foot in the grave already,
and the other foot on a banana peel.
But what I also think is happening is a shift, and I think she see the copper man winning, so I think she wants to go over there and get some agriculture protection over there with him because she see he has the momentum now. She's gonna go where the climate is.
Yeah, like she always done.
She always do.
She did it. She did it in Grenada. She's doing it now. She did it.
She's a floater.
She has figured out that, like I was saying, because all of us was just still, and this is the first time in a long time that a lot of us even spoke to each other and actually had to listen. Like you couldn't, like there was no, oh, well, I ain't got time. I got to go to work in the morning.
Right.
Everything was shut down.
That's
right.
right.
Oh, I ain't got time. I got to go to school. I ain't got time. I got to do this. Now everybody is communicating with each other, and now we have to listen to each other. And like, hold on. Your great grandfather, your great grandmother, they didn't come over here on the ship. Hold on. Let me go look at these land patents.
Right.
Let me see what's really going on. Oh yeah, and we had land patents here, and we had land patents here. See, because what they didn't tell you was, even though it sound cute that such and such bought this much of the land, and the Indian sold this much of the land to that sounds cute, but when you have what's called a fetal estate, that means that only the blood descendants can inherit and only inherit to actually dwell. You can never transfer any of that property over. And they know that property was our property. It was never transferred. You
Because it was the homestead.
you cannot transfer it. You cannot sell it. It's never been sold. She now knows that, and she like, oh, I'm trying to get over here. I'm
Facts.
trying to look cute for him.
Facts.
Right.
Finesse.
Had the
And
little
Big Mike,
curly haired babies.
that's
Had little curly haired babies
She
that
wanna
pretty
go.
mouth.
She wanna go with the homestead property, dude. She going with the homestead. No, that
right.
homestead stay with that
Big,
copper, man. She ain't
Big
going.
Mike, that's what we was talking about the other day about the Smithsonian. That's what I was pointing to. All
Oh,
that
the
shit is
Yeah,
our shit.
Smithsonian,
That
definitely.
shit worth more than this country. That's all that
absolutely.
stuff that and that's not including some of our stuff that's in some Russian mafia, some Russian mob
Oh,
boss's
Russia got a
basement.
lot of our stuff,
You
man.
know what I'm
Russia,
saying?
we gotta go
Or
over there and break bread with Putin. Putin
But
got. I
Putin gonna
think
give it
Putin got
back.
more.
yeah.
I think he
Putin
gonna
gonna
hold
give
it.
it back.
I think he want us to go over there. That's why he over
I
there.
could imagine that. I can
Yes,
imagine
Yeah.
that.
and I
We're not
think we
going for that
should go
though.
over there because I think he got a lot of love for us over there.
And you
A lot
can't
of.
separate me from my great grandmama grave, her body. Unless I can dig them all up and take them with me, I'm staying here.
We can send some liaisons over there, but
But
Yeah, I
but you
said
know what? I normally wouldn't say this out loud, but if the black community decide to get together with them, we could if they could promise us our 40 acres and a mule over here that was denied us, hey, I believe a lot of us would join those ranks.
I
man,
believe
that's why the
we supposed to be mobile. We supposed to be able to go anywhere. We stuck too much, and that's our problem. We got our stakes in the ground. We run through the every pipe in the system. We need to move
yeah,
around and see what other resources that these other countries have for us because I'm
Exactly.
telling you, they got something for us.
I
Putin
believe
is
that.
nothing to play with. If we want to go and get some security so they don't do a Dave Chappelle on us, it ain't gonna never happen in Putin's area. I can guarantee
Not
you
at
that.
all. Not at all.
Never.
You see, they had to come up with the fake. What was that? That artillery is from what, the 70s?
Man,
But that
Yeah,
artillery they showing on TV, what's that? Flashbacks from the Gulf War,
yeah,
the
man.
first Gulf War?
Who you talking about in Russia?
Yeah, the Ukraine and Russia thing they got.
Oh, no, the stuff I seen from Russia was some futuristic stuff.
No,
That's
I'm talking about the stuff they putting on
oh, oh yeah,
oh
NBC.
yeah,
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 hey, you gotta
yeah.
catch the war leaks and see it for real,
Gotcha,
for real.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
gotta catch the
the
war
war
leaks.
leaks is the real deal. I'm talking about the stuff they putting on
man.
regular TV.
No,
That new stuff,
propaganda TV.
that new
well, if
stuff
you notice
Russia got,
this,
man. Russia,
I
that's
be noticing. I start noticing other little stuff like how the internet is still on. This
Man,
is a
look.
surgical operation. He want to keep all the infrastructure in place. He's going to get y'all the hell up out of there. If America was going to the Ukraine, we would already been there. If NATO was going to the Ukraine, we would already been there. Joe Biden ain't doing nothing but sending money over there to
And
finance for
missionaries.
Russians to
That's
basically
it.
confiscate. They're gonna
Missionaries.
confiscate all of that shit.
oh, they are. That's what they
So
supposed to do.
and,
They part of the five. They are part of the five permanent five down there in Manhattan. That's what they supposed. That's my repo crew.
I probably shouldn't say this on the internet, but I genuinely think that the United States is conspiring with Russia to take over
Absolutely.
Palestine.
Oh,
That wouldn't surprise me.
I really think that, and I think somehow, some way, the Muslim nations is involved in this.
Saudi
oh,
Arabia,
Somehow.
Yeah.
definitely. Saudi
They
Arabia.
Definitely.
look, they don't care.
Saudi Arabia, yeah.
Yeah. They definitely don't care. Anytime they sit there and they let Gaddafi get got, come on now, they don't care.
They don't care about that,
okay.
man.
So let's talk about that. I'm glad you brought that up. I got a perception about Gaddafi, right? Because let's get
Mhm.
into the education part. Because I said to Layla, my co-host over there, I said, Layla, maybe our females has been miseducated. Maybe we should wipe out them student loans and just start over and do a more of a unified educational approach. So let's go on what you said about Gaddafi. So a lot of people have feelings about Gaddafi. This is what I feel when we're exchanging and I'm putting intelligence in you, and I'm not going to go back to the point of conception where that intelligence through that sperm gets deposited. I'm going to go beyond that. And I don't say it's post because I don't believe in post. I believe in time continuum. So once we get there and I'm teaching you, I'm spending time and I'm putting intelligence into you and you're getting it and you're making success. I don't think you can get to a point like Gaddafi do. And after I teach you and bring you to my arts and my sciences and show you my intelligence, that you go off and say, yo, I want to do my own thing. I want to give them free something. That's a problem with me. It's no different. This is why the brother Mike said you got to buy the property because when I buy you, we're going to do a non-compete. When I put this education into you, I can't take it back. We got people that come here, go to our schools, use our social security system, use our American system. They come there, become a dentist, and go over there to Nicaragua or go to Cuba and get their chair over there. And then when you come in, they ask you, do you got insurance? Do you have insurance for that education that you stole, that you didn't pay for? And then you gonna go over there and give your people a coupon for my people walking into your business and you talking about, oh, that's gonna be $500? But you pay me $100 minimum on your student loans. No, that's a problem with that. So the Gaddafi is what I see a lot of the sisters doing. That you come over here, your pops give you the name, he gives you a social, he gives you a birth certificate. You take that, you go to college, and you don't even come back and make sure pops is taken care of. You're a Gaddafi to me. And we need to do something to you because now you're gonna go out and be like, well, daddy, I think I need to do this. And you didn't even bring the education back home to expand the dynasty and the empire that you're supposed to. These people didn't send you to college to then go work for them other companies. They sent you there so you can bring it back home like they do and build the empire, augment the empire, rebuild or expand our infrastructure. So Gaddafi to me is a traitor, and he's a traitor because you can't get an idea after you are already an idea, and we teach you and then you go and you want to turn. Investment in education is a long-term contract. I cannot break that, and you can't give it back to me. So we have to remain partners throughout your lifetime because you're developing from what I put in you.
So he would be a traitor for who?
He would be a traitor for us, whoever taught him what he knows, for him to be able to get a mind to say that I want to give free. How you gonna give free and you didn't pay for what you got?
See it to the CIA. So you're saying, well, we knew that.
Correct. Or
We already
whoever.
knew that part. Yeah.
Right. So I mean, so you just like the female, you like my daughter. If I raise my daughter, I put you in the carriage, I'm taking care of you all your life. I send you to college, and then you're gonna go off and be like, nah, F you, mom. I want to do this and do that. So I'm like, what? That's my blood. How you can't you a Gaddafi. You're forgetting where you come from. You can't get an idea because you were already an idea. You're a part of my patent and my trademark. How are you gonna go off and say, well, I want to give
Hmm.
our money away for free, but you carrying my franchise name Williams on with you? No, I gotta do a Gaddafi on you. I gotta embarrass you. I have to humiliate you because you have no loyalty.
Well, it speaks that kind of. That's weird you say that because it's kind of what they did to him on the way out. They really embarrassed that dude.
We
Uh,
made you. We
yeah,
made it's like the
it's
Nation of
pretty bad.
Islam with Muhammad Ali. It's the same thing. It's like, yo, we made you. You
Yes, they
can't go
did.
off and then start acting like you on your own when we've put into you since you were nothing. So we have to understand loyalty, man. We have to understand that being a mother and a father, whether it's a parent biological or whether it's an adopted situation, hey, listen, this is a long-term situation, and you have to remain loyal because if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be where you are. That's loyalty, and we don't have that no more.
That's an interesting point. That's an interesting point because we a lot of people look at Gaddafi as a hero because what he was doing with the gold. But you just like Bin Laden, just like
But
Saddam, these people.
it wasn't his goal. He
Thank you,
was just
sis.
holding something.
Thank
Like
you. Thank
if I give you a pack and I say, look,
That's
I
right.
need you to hold that. Make sure it's just like if I take a check and I do a special deposit, redeem in lawful money, right? And I
Mm,
come back and I say, okay, give me that check back, and you don't give me back that check. Now we got problems.
That's right.
We got antitrust problems.
That's right.
yeah.
We got because you're not holding up to your bargain. I
Right.
told you to redeem in lawful money.
Right. And you
Period.
put that there, so I had those commodities there. Now you gonna go and talk about you want to give free gold and free. You want to start break? No, you can't do that, bro. You can't. No,
Yeah.
we didn't talk about that. Don't think because you over there, I can't reach over there. Now I gotta embarrass you in front of everybody and have your own people turn on you because you
Yeah.
gotta understand, like that IRS form, long-term care, bro. This is a long-term care relationship.
Mm-hmm.
When I put intelligence in you and teaches you how to survive, feed your kids, and avoid poverty, man, don't get down the road at no point 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years and act like you paid me back or act like you got an idea from an idea, which is copyright infringement anyway,
Mm-hmm.
because I put the idea in you. So
Mm-hmm.
don't
Exception.
grow wings, man, and don't act and just come to the panel and let's talk and be like, look, I'm looking about thinking about doing some. Nah, you can't do that, bro. Because if you do free internet over here, I got over here. They're gonna want free. Nah, we can't do that. We'll give them a discount. We'll give them a coupon. We'll give them a rebate. But let's do it this way. Always check back with command to see if we not move. We might be doing a Roe v. Wade next week, and you come up do some of that. You messing up our plans to move in a certain direction. It's just having respect, and we
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
have
yeah.
that anymore.
I'm
Like the
with that.
sis said, I give you a package. I tell you to hold that. Don't touch one thing in that package. Don't move that bird. Don't take a pinch. Don't take a taste. That thing better be whole. I'm gonna weigh it. I'm gonna put the assay on it. I'm gonna put the measurements on it. We have to get back to doing that. And if we start doing that as men, I think our females
Indeed.
will be more comfortable in them saying, okay, the brothers is united. Okay, now I feel safe.
Well,
Gotta
I think it's two problems. It's two problems that I see that stand between what you just said and where we're supposed to be. Is one, it's in this order. These females have had control of these boys for the last 60 years.
Mhm.
And through epigenetics, they don't have a propensity to do masculine stuff naturally, almost second nature. They be feminine. Two, most of the males that's out that we see on a day-to-day basis are entertainers. The word entertain literally means to keep you where you are. Like leadership is such a rare thing now, such a rare commodity. Like luckily my uncle, when I was as young as I can remember, he told me be a leader, not a follower. So
Mhm.
leadership is the I've studied nothing in life longer than I studied leadership. And it's like I could easily say these things, but they're at like a serious deficit where you don't have dudes that have the propensity to be masculine. They don't really understand how to prioritize. They don't really know how to make a decision between two good things, which is again, it's just prioritizing. And they make decisions based off stuff that don't exist, like this dumb shit called feelings and emotion. They're
Yeah,
not real. It's a
ain't.
fiction. It's a
And that,
sales ploy to
yeah.
get you to purchase stuff that you don't need. And again, but however, it starts like however it started, we're here now. And cause and effect is the thing, right? You have to deal with where it starts. And when a child comes here, we have an opportunity to change, but it just doesn't happen because again, our females have had custody at a rate of 80 to 92%
Mhm.
for the last 60 years. From
Mhm.
1991 to 2017, the suicide attempt for our children increased by 73%.
Mm.
17.
73%.
Wow.
73%. While white children's suicide attempt decreased because of this fake, mystical, physical thing called feelings and emotions.
Mhm.
Let me share a little grammar for people. Feelings, the root word is feel. That word means to touch. As you're touching something, that's feeling. If you do that more than once, that's feelings. The world you've been living in doesn't exist. You have that other
You
word
ain't never touch it.
called, you got this other word called emotions. Emotions means a social moving, to agitate, to stir up, to remove. It does not mean love, happiness, and joy. That's why most of the word is motion. The world you live in is fake. You got chicks that are Muslim, Moorish American, Christian, Catholic, and Yoruba, and they're walking around talking about, I'm an emotional creature. When the God that you pray to didn't make your ass out of emotions, he made you out of me.
Facts.
That's right. That's right.
You understand? So, and then what's crazy is, I don't want you to call me a queen, call me a queen, call me this, but didn't you just call yourself a creature? how fast your lawyer just stand is for emotion, something that doesn't exist.
That's why she has to be sequestered, and that's why I said we need to go ahead and eliminate her student loans because she's been mistaught. I'm gonna take
That's
that
a
off
fact.
of you because I don't want your lawyer. I'm gonna wipe out them student loans because and student loans go back to us to where our single mama raising us, beating the hell out of us, thinking that's the case. Let's wipe that out. Let's get a new slate.
I'm
Get
with it.
away from those schools, or we'll take them over and we'll start putting our curriculum in there. But I think we need to wipe her mind totally, clean the dirty computer and say, delete. Now we're gonna do this differently. She definitely, I can't ignore her. She's a part of me. So nobody's trying to eliminate her. That's just out the way. What I'm saying is she's
Right.
carrying burdens that really not her burdens. Her mama passed that
True.
on, just like the daddy passed that on to us. Let's
That's
do
true.
a wipe clean, get rid of the student loans, let Joe Biden go ahead and live his life and get his neck
Mm-mm.
bones and his llama beans, and let all of them, and let's just come together and be like, listen, we all was miseducated. We have new intelligence, we have new technology. We can make us better, stronger, and faster. We're going to do it together, but there has to be perspective, there has to be organization, and there has to be infrastructure. And at this point, I think we should be able to put that together as quick as the Chinese can throw up a building. That should be real quick because we should be real hungry to have this independence, but dependence on some systemic structure that works for all of us, black, green, white, and purple. Because I know we talk, and Layla and I talk about getting rid of white people and stuff like that. I'm not really at that point. We have a responsibility to them too, because they did say sequi, which means to follow. They've been
Mhm.
following us. If we've been baboons and acting like we crazy and unorganized, that's what they're able to do. Because they're our kids too. So they
Yeah.
haven't seen no better out of us. It's not until they
Exactly.
see us in our perfect self that they will then fall into line. And I know they will. But right now, I'm not ready to get rid of nobody because I think that diversity is important if it's used in the proper way. It's not about color, it's about who gets the job done. And I'm telling you, our people can be lazy, bullheaded, and don't know what to do. And that's with good reason. But them other ones, they will come together, a million of them, and they will go look for Becky who's lost in the woods. We will not
Mhm.
go and look for anybody that's
No,
lost. That
we're not
that girl
even
could be
looking for
gone for
Keisha in the hood.
thank you. If Keisha be like, oh, she probably with some dude, we ain't worried about her. Right? But little Becky stays too long for getting the ice cream cone. They got about 600 people out there with doom buggies, four
Right.
wheelers,
Right.
tractors, horses,
Like.
cows, and they gonna find little Becky. Or they go and they on the radio. They got campers. They got. See, we don't do that, man. We don't. We just
Not
Yo,
a cow.
care.
It's the
We
cow.
don't
It's the cow
care.
for me. Not the cow. That's too much.
yo,
They need
Not
the
every
milk. You know they gotta have their milk. They vitamin D.
facts. Ain't
So,
nothing.
you know, so what I'm saying is that I think we're at a great transitional point to where we can use all of our resources, and that includes them. And but we have to be better as examples of what they're supposed to be, and I think they have no problem following.
Exactly.
yeah, they don't. They really don't. You know, it's funny you say that about employing them to the best of their ability. One day I was on State Street in Chicago, and I was at the stop sign. I was at the stoplight, and I remember Prophet Noble Drew Ali saying that he had to take the Moors across State Street, right? So
Mhm.
looking at it, I said, well, dang, if everybody keeps talking about the pale skinned nations of Europe, they got to go home and so on and so forth. I was just like, who's going to make sure the light turned green so I can actually move forward?
Mhm.
Like who's
Mhm.
you waiting on Tyrone to make the light green? Tyrone in his body, like, oh, did you post something about him on Facebook?
He
Oh,
done.
he
He
gonna
done.
never turn the light green.
That bitch gonna wait for me.
Cause
Pull up and down, nigga.
he ain't had no power in a long time. So yeah, he gonna get overboard with it.
Exactly.
He's gonna get overboard with it. Traffic will be backed up. So I gotta have my pink people in there keep things going.
Word.
Cause I don't care. They're gonna take their pills. They're gonna make sure they don't give a damn while they working their damn system. And
They
I gotta
love
let my
working.
people get acclimated to having power because it's something
They
you
the
got.
best workers. I'm
They
telling you.
are. They are.
That's
They
a
They
really
the
are.
that's a
best
powerful
workers.
statement, brother Sharif, because we definitely we need time to get acclimated to power, and
Yeah,
that's how many years away from us even getting
Wow.
it, right?
I know.
You see, but you're not saying nothing that we don't see on a day-to-day basis. Little nigga get first manager job, and he can't tell a nigga nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Can't tell him nothing. He going,
Telling you.
yeah, nigga, I ain't doing shit at work. What you mean? You work this
Mm-hmm.
hard to not work?
Yeah.
Nah, it's when the work start.
Exactly.
Like, what you mean, bro?
They tell you that too. I worked this hard not to have to work.
Mhm.
What you
I think
mean?
it's just something in us, Mario. I don't think we're supposed to be working. I'll be honest with you. We're
It
supposed
seemed
to be
like it. It
writing
seemed
checks.
like,
It
We're supposed to
is.
be signing checks and just giving money and enjoying. I'm serious. Like we're not good
bro.
workers. I'm being honest with you. We're good.
I
We're good
think
thinkers. We're intelligent, and we got money. When we got money, we just write the check. That's
we
Yep.
it.
chilling.
And we go enjoy. We say, "Oh, you're coming out with. Let me take a look at that. Okay, how much you need? All right, 100 million. You want to do the bridge? Oh yeah, yeah. Sign the check, and we go back and do what we got to do. We have to know our limitations, and our limitations is we're not built to work no job. It's
Nah.
just this is what it is.
Hey, brother
We're built
Sharif.
to work, but not on a particular thing that limits our ability to expand. We could spend 6 months at Google, then we need to go and we would spend 7 months at Chrysler, then we can go. We supposed to be moving around, controlling our consumer products and finding out, staying up with what's going on. That's it. We're roaming bosses. We supposed to go to Russia, check on there. Supposed to go to France. We supposed to spread everywhere and be like, all right. Instead, we stay in the hood, and I grew up in Manhattan. Man, I don't think out of 100 people in Manhattan, I don't think maybe 10 people got a passport. I didn't get mine till 2005.
Mm.
Wow.
Okay, so we got a concentration of people in Manhattan that don't ever get out, man. People in the projects been there for generations. They don't think of how to get out. They've been living this mailbox relationship with a
Mm-hmm.
check coming in the mail. These people never see you. They don't even know if the check is getting to you. This
Yep.
this having this postage and mail relationship with people that we never see and voting for people that we don't even know is living is just so crazy
It is
that it
weird.
Yep.
just blows my mind. We live this Amat Allah Akbar and all this. I'm sick of all of that. This is why I see the climate changing where consumers are buying. Well, we're buying tickets and they're saying no refunds. Why? Because you don't understand the middle person is gone. When we do a
Mm-hmm.
purchase, we got to do that purchase and stick to it. We got enough money to say, okay, I didn't like that, but go ahead and get that to somebody else. We the hand me down people. Go ahead and
Mm-hmm.
take that and give that to
Mm-hmm.
somebody else. Get that to that boy over there. We have wealth now, but we have to understand we have it. That when we make a
That's
decision,
true.
these people are expecting us to pay for it. They done move the barriers out the way to say, okay, it's consumer to business direct. You buy something,
Yes.
bro, we expect you to pay for it. And when you pay for it, don't talk about a refund. We poor. All we do is have a product, we reselling. Okay, we're a furnisher. So just go ahead and when you pay for it, I can't take it back to you. Come on, you're killing the little man. They're testing us to see if we know our power, and our power is when I put that dollar on it, I say, send me that. I don't need Boom Quisha saying, girl, that dress ain't fit right. You know you got a funny shape. You know it wasn't gonna fit right anyway. Watch what you need to go in there and get
Right.
yourself measured up. And the men, if you know it ain't fit right, come on, bro. You know you
Right.
got a little funny little your arm shorter than the other. Come on, man. Let's
Yeah.
stop wasting these people time, wasting their little $10 dresses. You want to get a refund? Come on. We gotta grow up and really get
Wow.
into the system of being business owners and
Mm-hmm.
understanding when we buy something, we buy it. And if it don't work, hand it down to Chiquita or Bobby or so. Here, man, I bought this sweater. It don't fit me right because my toe is funny. I got one toe that's a little bit longer than the other. I ain't gonna order no shoe and say, "Oh, I'm gonna send it
But
back
th-
because it
but
don't
then
fit."
what you
I
said
got
just now, what you just said just now was ROI. Same cash flow. That same $10 you spent for the show shirt sweater or $100, You got $100 worth of value. Next person get $100 worth of value out of it. That's how you get
That's right.
ROI right there. And people don't understand that because we're not educated in these ways. But what I wanted to say too is put the information to your show, brother. Put it in the chat or either
Okay.
put it in the chat, even the private chat or the in the public chat, and we can make sure people tune in, bro, because they loving you, bro. Especially brother Supreme 10, he'll definitely show up.
Okay.
You dropping the knowledge. I ain't heard you in years, bro. Forgot
I ain't
all
been
the
on the
fire.
show in probably how long, Layla? I've been on the show about a year, I guess. Yeah, I've been busy doing the. I had to take everything home now and start, like I said, building the infrastructure and actually incorporating the things that I've been doing for everybody. Everybody's been, up to 10 years I was on the show. Everybody
Bro,
grew with me. That's why I wanted to have that live Jesus walk so we can walk together and for you to see the knocks and the bruises and the advances that I've been making and we've been making as a show on Thor Radio. So we all came through that, and that's what's bringing us to this point where these people you wouldn't know if they were gone or not, because in our mind we worship all these imaginary things, and these people could be long gone. They probably doing a sail around the world in a boat, and we still sit here and talk about the system. We are the system now.
that's a fact. That's a
We
fact.
are the system. We're dealing with each other. Men should be able to deal with men, and females should be able to deal with men. And we shouldn't be always trying to, like I had on my call, every time you deal with a female, you trying to poke her. You trying to make it
Yeah,
sexual. Our females, there are more females single than us. We need to protect them and let them know they got a brother that ain't gonna be looking at them trying to get some penetration as if you selling cars on a lot. They need to be secure. Social
that's a
Security
fact.
is not securing them. Well, we promised the Social Security that she can go out and do business socially, but that she's secure because she's really going as a proxy for us and coming back and say, hey, babe, I see a deal over here that we can do with Brother Noble over here. He's got boom, boom, boom. And Brother
Yeah,
Noble is supposed to not be looking at my sisters or anybody else's daughter because he's supposed to be doing business. So
facts.
the other thing you saying, Noble, is these little knuckleheads that's running around here just squirting up in our females and think they having babies. We're gonna have to do some termination. We just can't
Mm.
have these little dogs running around here thinking they can just squirt and make these kids. And who you think Social Security taking it? Don't you got a Social Security card? Well, what makes you think I'm gonna take care of your Social Security card? We got to get with that because these females also have to take the responsibility that y'all are making these knucklehead little boys that you can't handle once they get 15, 16. And then what you want us to do? You don't want the police to knock them in the head, but what we going to do is just take them to the cemetery. We ain't got time. We don't have time. When he gets
I'm
to that
telling you.
point where he carrying guns and he don't want to
Yeah,
listen, the only thing we can do is we gonna go ahead and activate our funeral directors, and we're gonna go ahead and go up to Arlington where you got all those nice dominoes with no engraving on it, and we're gonna start engraving some names, and we're gonna start putting them. We don't have time. We just don't. This is not the white system where we're gonna do some paperwork and we're gonna go. No, we're gonna take you straight to the cemetery, and we're gonna go ahead and bury that bone. We don't have time. So you females have to get more disciplined about you giving up your beaver that belongs to that man. Roe versus Wade. That beaver is part of our
mm.
responsibility. You have to get permission to have a child. Let's just get to it, Mario. You got to get permission to bring an addition to the doggone family. You ain't got no bankruptcy plan or no damn
Yeah.
exit plan or no insolvency plan. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Like, where else can you do that? And you think grandma gonna take care of him? Grandma's still on her social security card. What's wrong with you?
Arranged
Gotta
marriages,
stop doing this. Come on, man.
arranged marriages has to come back. It
They have
has to.
to.
We won it,
It always
and
should be.
it don't work. It doesn't work at all. Doesn't work at all. Like what we our winging it, this fake love shit that we got going on, it's just stupid, man. And
It's crazy.
hey, you preaching, bro. Like I said, man, y'all that's listening, this brother been talking the same exact stuff. You hear the accountability on women, you hear the accountability on men on both sides. He was saying this stuff before I even got in the conversation 5, 6 years ago when I first heard it. It's been, you had
Yes.
the same consistent message the entire time on Thor Radio.
just we have to do the big work, and the big work is that we have to be the funeral directors. We also have to be, we have to take care of things that maybe these pink people don't want to take care of, because it's a sensitive thing with them to where you be like, no, I can bury my own, but you can't. But if I tell you to, you can. So
Yeah.
it's just gonna have to be, if you females cannot control these kids that you having, we have to stop pampering you and calling you queen if you got 3 or 4 boys and 3 of them running around shooting and robbing and vicking somebody. No, we're not worshiping. You are not a queen if you got stock that's doing that. You are not stop with this stuff and lying to you. Let's keep it
Right.
real. No, that's some disgusting, nasty stuff. You
That's
have
it.
to
Yeah.
stop doing that. We can't afford that anymore.
Yeah,
Right.
what will definitely put it, into it real quick is you start telling these mothers, okay, since your son is out here and he's out here creating these children, and he can't take care of them, and you can't take care of them, so now everybody within the same district get to write them off on the Schedule C, and then
Abortion
they don't get their their tax return.
There
It's
you
going
go.
it's going to switch up real
You go.
quick.
But then what is she
Wait
gonna
a
do?
minute.
What's
That's
she
a great
gonna do?
idea. But the whole idea is to raise industrious people,
Productive people.
Mhm.
productive people. I mean, and that's what it is. And whatever the consequences will be, there have to be consequences for that. And that's what Brother Street is talking about, having permission. I mean, back in the day, they used chastity belts, right?
Mm-hmm.
We can talk about, this is why they're protesting so much, because they're saying that their body is, that they have their choice. Well, what they're learning is that no, they don't have a choice, and they're going to lose a lot more things that they thought that were their choices. They are going to realize they're going to lose a lot more than just their bodies. They're going to lose quite a few things more. Okay, and that is, I think, what's happening behind the scenes more so than this, what they call this abortion. We're talking about evictions, ejectment. We're talking about, they're talking about the gay rights. We're talking about a whole host of things
Yeah.
that are going to be coming down the pike as a result of this Roe versus Wade. And then the other thing about this Roe versus Wade, but I'm going to have to step out, so I just want to get this in before I do, if you don't mind. Is the
Appreciate it.
fact that they know that the time is up. And just like Brother Sheik was saying, we have spoken about, should they stay, should they not stay? No, they are productive citizens here in this system that they call. And they will be loyal once they know that they're going to be taken care of. I think right now that they're fearful, and they're
Yep.
fearful of the so-called black man, because of the guilt that they carry for the atrocities that have been committed over all of these years and beyond. They are realizing now, as a result of this pandemic, that, oh, you know what, he's not that bad. Now you look at the commercials that are coming. I've watched so much TV in the last 6 months, more than I've watched in years. But you look at all these commercials now. They start the commercial with somebody that looks like you or I. So they're trying to soften the tone, let them know, like, these people are okay. All of these positions now that are coming up, these so-called official positions, they're putting one of us in those positions so they can say, you know what, these people can govern okay. Obviously, what happened with the leak, they're trying to blame Ketanji Brown for it, and if that be the case, and then they would be trying to prove, oh, well, then, they're not capable at what they call the highest levels. But everybody makes mistakes, don't they? And we've seen buffoonery at every level, even prior to all of this. So if it were her, which I don't know, I just think that things were orchestrated, and that's a whole nother thought process. But they're going to, no matter what, they're going to try to pin everything on the so-called black woman.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because of Brother Sharif talks about the Social Security application and how that is something that has just created this whole monstrosity of a system that we're dealing with. But at the end of the day, somebody needs a scapegoat, and the scapegoat is her. And what does she have to say for it? She doesn't have anything that she can say. She carries the man's name. She carries her father's name. She doesn't have a name of her own. I realize that. But she doesn't totally realize that. And as a result of that, when the shoe falls to the ground and the axe comes, that we call it the Thor hammer, comes down, and you bring her forward in front of an arbiter, and she has to answer questions, she's not going to know what to say. She's going to be speechless. She's going to be humiliated. She's going to be so sorry. She's really not even going to know what she actually did that got her in that situation. And we all have to be prepared for that. And we are all going to have to be prepared for the fallout, because there are going to be some that are not going to make it as well. And it won't change their mindset, their heart, that they won't even become humble at the fact that they committed an atrocity to create this situation to the way it is right now. So with all of that being said, we just need to ever stay mindful, stay positive, keep Brother Noble, keep doing what you're doing. You're doing a great thing. I've just met you for the first time tonight, but more of conversations like this and raising the awareness for people is only going to make things better and easier as all of this mayhem continues to come to an end. Because it's going to come to an end. It's going to get worse before it gets better.
Definitely.
But it's going to help people get through it. And those,
Go ahead.
And I said, those of us who have gotten to this point and beyond, we're the ones that are going to need to reach back to help those that are still have a heart to be able to want to make a change. So with that, I just want to say peace to you, and
I appreciate you. Definitely come back. Put the link to the Thor Radio in the chat somewhere.
Yeah. So Brother Sharif, if you'll put the shows, the last time we broadcasted a show was about a year ago, like Brother Sharif said.
Fun.
So all of the recordings are there, so those can be listened to. Brother Sharif, you got your Facebook, if you want to have them go to your Facebook page. Yeah, and then also your email, Brother Sharif, if you decide you want them to have your email so they can contact you. If you decide that you want to,
and y'all definitely need to come to YouTube.
YouTube, oh man, man, Noble, I can't get all these analyticals. Layla,
I got you. That's what you got
like
me.
An old man when it comes to that.
That's what you got me for. That's what you got me for. You got to worry about it. I got you. So
with that being said, though, I just want to say greetings to all of you. I wish you well, and I will be talking to you all soon. Okay?
Definitely, Layla. Appreciate you.
Peace.
Peace.
Peace. I'll talk to you later. Yeah, Noble, man, I enjoy the invite, man. Coming here, some good people here. It seems like you have more than what's on there, but us being able to come together and talk. You and I has been on Facebook. It's the first time we really got on and built. A lot of people think I'm kind of hard, but I'm that warrior that you want in war. I go hard at of our people, man. Just and when I say our people, mostly us, because I know we're supposed to be sitting on the Rubik's Cube, making sure everything is okay. Even if they just see us sitting there, it's security for them and sitting in peace talking about what we talk about. Like we don't have to get into the Roe v. Wade. We just have to get into the climate change or the climate change that's happening, which is they're talking about perspective. They're talking about infrastructure, organization, law and order. They know that's our cue, and they're getting excited that, hey, the brothers are waking up. They're talking. They're interacting. They're taking an interest in what's going on. When you start to get into the inside crevices of this, you will see that it's more people that don't look like us, Noble, that's really keeping this thing together than you would ever imagine.
Yeah.
When you get into masonry and get to the level that I'm in, you will see that color fades, that spectrum fades really quick, and you'll start to see that they care more about you and probably more disappointed in you because who they know you are than you are disappointed in yourself. But most times we don't even have time to be disappointed in ourselves because we have been a victim, but we just been confused about where we stand in this crowded system because it's very crowded, man. I mean, we're like one amongst. That's why you have to separate, which is what the word crime means. Separate to judge. You got to separate it before you can analyze and examine it. So they got to say, I got to pull Noble Miguel out of here because he seems like he's something different. So I'm going to crime him, separate him, bifurcate him, examine him, see what he knows. And then I'm going to be like, okay, you know what? Put him over there. I think he's a good one. Take him out the crowd and let him stand out. You don't have a chance to stand out with Twitter and TikTok and Eminem and Snickers and all. Man, I can't keep up with it, bro. I feel like I'm over.
Exactly.
I feel like I'm surrounded. Okay,
Rich and
but at the
everything. We
end of
got a
the
lot of
day,
shit going.
we're supposed to be in the background, Noble, just making sure everything is working, keeping the kids busy, putting another app on there so they can stay sedated, right? And stay out of grown folk business. Okay. So give them all the games and all the apps and everything while we taking
Right.
care of the big business.
I did the best I could to stay in the shadows, bro. Just to
You
tell
did.
you, but it's I don't have no choice now. It's just I gotta get up and do something because I got a 5-year-old that's right here,
Yeah.
and
That's a
he
little
won't be
man.
able to
I
say
see him.
daddy. He won't be able to say daddy ain't got up and did what he needed to do. You know, he
That's
ain't gonna
good.
be able to say, daddy, why didn't you? I'm gonna do it now. You know what I mean?
Good.
I think one of the along with curriculum, and again, this is probably a dangerous thing to say in public, but one thing I think we desperately, desperately, desperately need, and I think we have it, but we don't have a title or a name. We need an intelligence agency
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
because
Mm-hmm.
even the government has a government, but they have multiple intelligence agencies.
Oh yeah.
Not just a think tank. We have a lot of that. Um, but I think we need an intelligence agency to because what happens in intelligence, what people may not understand is that they verify information. It's not
Sure.
just that you're getting information, you get verified information.
Yep.
And once it comes from this place, even though it may be inaccurate, it gives confidence to where it's being handed to or
Mm-hmm.
who it's being handed to that okay, this is verifiable information. We know we can take
Sure.
it like a check mark on Twitter, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how to put it together, but I know before I get up out of this off of this world, we will have one in place.
Yeah, no doubt.
For our
Gotta have
people.
that. We
Yeah, it
are the
has
most intelligent and we do know our own. And
yeah,
we don't have to infiltrate. I mean, we're amalgamated it. All we have to do is activate and put the panel together and
yeah,
get it together because we do have some situations out here that needs to be dealt with in a close room of the amount that was in that the last supper or whatever. That's all we need.
mhm,
A good handful, a good dozen.
yeah,
Sit down and be like and make those decisions and execute and do what needs to be done. People don't understand that in a kingdom, Noble, you know, in kingdom we don't. This is what selective service is built on a kingdom. The king selects
yes,
citizens in a
yes,
kingdom, man. You don't. We choose you. So the choice we choose. Selective service chooses who's good for our infrastructure, our personal one, and then we of course we have a what you call public one, but we have to choose what's good for us. And there's some sisters that will be good that we conscript and be like, all right, sister, let's go. You got to come
right,
over here. Let's go. I need you over here. You, and let's go. We got to get this work done. This is what we have to do. It has to be unification in how the brothers come and forget the religion, the belief system. The belief is it's not a belief, it's a fact. We screwed up. We are screwed up. But I know I didn't do it when I had to go into it. My mama was a little bit weaker than the sisters that I deal with now. And my
mhm,
daddy was weaker than the men that I deal with now.
yeah,
I don't know what he didn't do or did do. I think they definitely a lot of deception and trickery, but they don't have the opportunity like I have to really dive into it. And this is why I say, with these younger kids are becoming more bold because they're finding their parents in compromising positions where
yes,
they can dig up stuff and they saying you lied to me. And that
yes,
shit hurts, man, when these kids find out that you're lying or you're withholding information from them or you're not telling the truth. These kids got these analytics, they're going to find out. And now you got what? Breach of trust, and they ain't going to like you. They're going to run out. They're going to run into the street. They're going to want to get away from you like I did. I left, ran away 15,
me too.
16. You just want to get away from them because I
Yep,
don't trust you, man. You're
yep,
supposed to be my mother or my father, and you lied or you withheld things from me. How
Bro,
many
look,
times over you
look,
grew up where your mom was like, if you look like you was telling a lie, she was gonna spit out
smack
your
this
mouth.
whole shit out you. Yep, absolutely,
If you look like you
absolutely.
was telling a lie. But look how many lies they told us that we find out at 20, 30, and 40. It's not good.
It's crazy you say that because I used to watch my mother. Um, I used to watch my mother tell people that I was her firstborn. You know what I mean? And I was like, it's in the Bible, being the firstborn boy is a
Okay.
big deal. Then I
Yeah.
found out she killed her first child.
Oh man.
It
Wow.
was like,
Wow.
what? And that exactly what you just
It
explained.
hurt, man.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It hurts, man.
I said no. I had a class Saturday. I said I'm gonna be honest with you. A lot of our men, man, we need rehabilitation, man. We've been hurt and
Hey,
abused so bad. We don't talk about it because we try to be
man,
all macho. But man, we got some pain, and we need to go away for maybe 6 months, a year, maybe 2 years. Like we've been holding this stuff in. That we need help, man, to order to really do what we need to do, but we don't talk about it, and that's not good. So we need to go away where it's just brothers, where we can talk and let things out, because we
mhm,
got a lot of way more abuse than any female. We've been abused 100 times more than any female. When you oppress the dominant gauge in this system, don't tell me that's not the worst of abuse when a
yeah,
skirt looks more important than a man in his perfect stature. That's a problem. We have serious abuse, but we don't have too much time, unfortunately. We got 6 months, a year, go away, get some things done. That's what military is for. That's what selective service. Hey babe, I gotta go away 6 months to a year. I gotta go on a tour. I gotta get myself right. I got some things in my life that was based on my mother and my father.
hmm,
I was beat a lot. You know what I'm saying, Noble? I don't like no female putting her hands on me. Even look,
facts.
because my mama beat the snot out of me for nothing. So I'm
Yeah,
very sensitive to a female even looking like she's gonna when she put her hand up, I go into don't ever do that. Don't ever do that because that's I grew up with that type of abuse.
right.
So they don't understand that females are very comfortable being abusive. And they
Yes,
become very because they do it to their kids. So how can she break out of that having a man when she gets
bro.
30, when she been beating the damn son from 0 to 15 or 16? It don't work. That don't work, man. She's not gonna
Mm,
break out of that. She's gonna get up in your face. She's gonna hit you, and she's gonna call the police.
That's
I've
a
been
fact. The one thing that um, most of us as women, we can say growing up, one of the
okay.
first relationships that we had with abuse is us playing with our doll babies,
Mhm.
because that is a learned behavior
That's right.
from our mothers.
Oh,
So
sure.
we're talking back to
I
the
got you.
doll,
All right.
trying to get the doll to
Take your turn the fan
give
on. Let me
us,
take your
show us some type of respect,
put your
and
pants
the
off. Okay.
doll can't talk back.
Yeah.
That's right.
The doll has no emotion.
That's
Take all your
right.
clothes
So
off.
we're not understanding that, but it's our mothers that's going to give us the doll and give us the doll without instructions.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
they give us the doll without instructions.
That's
So
right.
we're thinking that the doll is actually supposed to do what our mothers are telling us what to do, and the doll's not doing it. So the first thing we do is we want to reprimand the doll the same way that our mothers reprimand us.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's not good. So our men is very much abused, and we do need help. We do need we need to be able to talk to other men and feel okay about saying we've been abused, man. And it's
Yeah.
something that we totally could not control because we were babies growing up
Yeah.
in the system.
Mhm,
We had no control, and that we don't like having control, even if we're 4, 5, 6, and 7. We don't like having control. So the
mhm.
Yeah.
product of having this female in control is the problem that
Yeah.
she made those choices to have that baby and then not stay with the father. There's no loyalty when you know, like my mom, when she had 5. I'm like, how can you leave pops with 5? Like, what
Mhm,
was all your father? I'm like, I don't even want to hear it. You got 5, man. You did this 5 rounds. You can't
Mm,
do that. That's not. You're not fit. In conservatorship and probate, we have to put you under conservatorship. Be like, we got to
mhm,
watch you. You
mhm,
don't need to be doing nothing 5
mhm.
times.
Yep.
5 times? Come on, man. We'll quit. A chick will be like, I'm leaving you. but she'll lose a job tomorrow. Monday, she looking for another one, probably have another one.
Well,
It's just,
both of my grandmothers had at least
oh yeah,
3 to 4 husbands.
oh yeah,
Like,
definitely,
what is that? Like,
definitely,
you can't keep one, and
definitely.
then every time you marry,
You had
you got
baby,
more
yes,
children. Like,
yes.
come on. And then the new one come in, and
Come
he
on,
got to take care of all of your children.
come on, sis. And then you look at the family picture; it looked like Disney World. You ain't gonna even tell me. You got some bald headed ones, one with big afros. You got some with straight hair, with kinky hair, and you looking at that, and you be like, "That look like Ringling, Bond, and Barely Circus." Don't tell me there was no loyalty in y'all stuff. I gotta separate from y'all because y'all like we have to get away from that. It's okay for us to separate from that. And sometimes we got to move away because when we get into the science, we're not really as related to our parents as we think so genetically. So it's okay for us to be like, nah, man, I'm good. I got to go to Wakanda, to Russia. I got to do something different than what y'all doing because I cannot deal with y'all, man. And I'm not going to miss you. I'm not even going to lie. I got to get rid of this pain. I got to get from around it. I need a
Yeah.
different environment. So that's what I think is opening up now is more global. Like we being able to call Putin and be like, "Yo, Putin, Mario, Putin, yo, man, I'm coming over there too. Oh, Sharif, come on, man, let's go, let's go." See, that's what's opening up. That we don't
Mhm.
have to go through these borders. No, we don't have barriers, man. My blood run throughout this. I don't have no
That's right.
barriers. I don't have no boundaries. What are you talking
Mhm.
about? I gotta go through DHS. Who is DHS? Come on, man.
Mhm.
If I want to go over there, I'm getting in my plane and I'm going, and I'm not getting on the plane with the rest of the people because I don't know what they have because you're not cleaning these people coming through.
Right.
So I
Right.
got to have my own plane. I got to have my own staff because I'm what? It's a health hazard if
It
I.
is.
Oh,
It
it is.
is.
It is.
It is. Like, it's crazy. You just said it's a health hazard. Have if you ever been on Amtrak with
Oh my God.
With the
Oof.
Amish, you're
Oof.
like, ew. Like, that is the worst
Oh,
smelling thing that you could
oh,
ever go through is
oh,
being on Amtrak with the
oh.
Amish.
Yes.
Like, no, they no.
Yeah. I mean, we're not supposed to be on those things are not even commercial. Those are domestic transportation. We're supposed to be on commercial. Commercial is a luxury. You
Oh,
understand? We got to twist it with the words. We're not even supposed to see them that often.
not
I'm not
at
saying that they're
all.
different. I'm saying if you don't preserve us, man, we're supposed to live to 200, 300, especially
Mhm.
if we get off their calendar and get
Mhm.
off their dog food that we eating the same
Mhm.
food they eat. I mean, it's almost like having a male and a female. She think, well, you 50 male, I'm 50. Now we got to go to somebody and have them decide for us. No, I can't eat the same food you eat. My food's supposed to be custom according to my blood type and my
Mhm.
body. No, it takes a lot of money. I take jet fuel. I do not drink soda. So we have to separate and use our health care as opposed to the medical in experimentations that
Mhm.
they've been giving us. We have to
Mhm.
get into our craft. And when we do, we demand those things, right? High octane jet fuel. I need this, I need oxygen so many times from when I got some oxygen, bro, I'm telling you remember they had them oxygen bars open and they closed them real quick?
Mhm.
I
Mhm.
never got to get
Remember that,
them.
sis?
Yeah, I
Mario, I'm
remember
telling you, if
those.
we get in that oxygen
They
chamber
still have.
once a
They
month,
actually still have them.
they do.
You just got, yeah. Just Google and check out your area. I know I'm in
It's very
Illinois. I'm in
scarce.
Southern
You
Illinois.
in Illinois? Okay.
So the closest one to me is like St. Louis.
Mario, you got to get into that oxygen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because
Get that oxygen, man.
we don't have oxygen in Baltimore. Ain't no, there's no way.
Really?
I know for a fact. No, we breathe. It's literally death. It's
Yeah,
literally
it's
like the
probably
air.
one out at
Seriously?
Owens Mills somewhere.
Yeah.
Maryland is that bad? That's where my father from, Mario. My father.
No, it's worse. It's worse than
Is
bad. It's pretty. It's yeah. It's not good. It's a
yeah.
horrible place.
So y'all got horrible air quality. Wow.
Oh man, the
Wow.
horrible.
It's
Everything is horrible. Like
it's a little
the stench.
it's the little demons that live here is when they
Is it?
breathe and then they make the world worse
Oh wow.
around them and then like the grass start to run from you
Oh man.
because
Oh,
their souls is evil and
dang, man.
they like eating children. Like it's horrible. It's not good.
No.
Wow.
It's bad. Honest. I'm telling you some real shit. My bloodline is they really psychic. Like I used to have an aunt that had
Wow.
premonitions.
Yeah.
When I was little, I could see shit and
Mhm.
like
Mhm.
it's not good being psychic here. It's like you,
I know.
man, it's bro. He was wondering why
I know. We stayed
I
with
can
a
pick it
hood
up a
on.
mile away.
I know. You know me and you on that scale. Sometimes you feel like you just one or two of us in the world. And we just
Yes.
ourselves, man. We just don't want to be around. I know. Look, I know what you're saying. This ain't no easy. This ain't no easy road that we travel. It's very secluded. It's it much relies on sequestration and quarantine because we just see
Yes.
things that most people don't see. We hear things most people will never
Mhm.
hear, and we feel there's just a few of us. And when we meet somebody like us, we'd be like, "Oh man."
Finally.
She's like us, finally.
Yeah.
Like we gotta stay close to them. But then our war scars kind of make
Yeah.
us even start breaking off because we don't want to get
Mhm.
too tight because we don't know if there's gonna be a
What was gonna
disappointment
happen?
subsequently.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have to get out of that. We have to come together and we'll find out there's more things in common. And we'll find in our diversity realm that there's more things in common with people
That's
from
a fact.
older cultures. I think they come here looking for God and I think they should find him everywhere they go. And I
I'm
think
gonna
we
tell
should
you that
heal it.
the most thing that's gonna actually change is, as the sisters begin to actually feel, not even say feel, but once they see it in black and white
Mhm,
that they have security, then
Mm-mm.
that's going to change the dynamics
Mm-mm.
because she is the word that this so-called black woman is the worst thing ever. Like that,
Listen.
like when I don't even like confrontation with it's like
mhm,
going into these buildings when you're dealing with the administrative, like the first thing I'm saying is, yo, let me speak to who's ever in charge. I don't
mhm.
even want to deal with you.
Yeah,
You
I know.
are the worst.
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
I
You're
call
right.
him the anti. I call him the anti-Mary.
You're
It's a
right.
The
demon. It's a demon
worst.
that this a new age demon that not new because it's been around since for 2,000 years.
Mm,
Call it
Man,
the anti-Mary. When you look at them and you look at the story of Mary, Mother Mary, of Jesus' mother, they
mhm,
everything that Mary stood for, they the opposite. They killed every
mhm,
Messiah they could kill. They're
mm,
not humble. They won't allow the child to be with kings.
not at
mhm,
all.
mhm,
Not at all.
And
I
they
was I was on
what?
my husband was playing Clubhouse this weekend, and I was just cleaning up, and I'm listening to it, and is this sister on there, and she's arguing. She's a AKA. She's arguing with the brother who's in the Masonic lodge,
mm,
and he's like, "Yo, pipe down."
mhm, mhm,
Like,
mhm.
you can't tell me what to do, and he's like, "Look, I can take your letters from you."
Ooh.
And she's like, "No, you can't. I want to see that. I want to see you take." And I'm just like, "Yo," I asked my husband, I
Mm,
was like, "They actually talking like this on Clubhouse?" And he
Mm,
was like, "Yeah." He said he said the frats and the fraternity sororities been going at it with the Masons and the Easter
mm,
Stars for like 6 months on Clubhouse. And I
mm,
was like, and nobody is telling them to stop. He was like, "No, they don't care. They paying their fines and they keep going." Said
mm.
this is out of control. She is literally out of
Yes.
control.
Yeah.
He's telling her like, "Look, you begin in 1909.
Mhm,
I came since the beginning of time. There
mm,
would be no AKA. There would be no Alpha
mm.
Phi. It would be none of that." Like he's even breaking down the
That's
science
true.
to her, like, "Look,
Mhm.
you can't even have an A without the square. Like, what are
That's
you
true.
talking about?"
Yeah.
And she's
That's right.
literally arguing with her. And then one of her other sisters came on, one of her other sorors came on and was like, well, brother, you know what? I'm like, here they go.
They're
Here
teaming up.
they go. They
My
are
God.
the and instead of her telling her, look, you need to shut up.
Yeah.
You need to stop.
Yeah.
You are embarrassing us.
Yeah.
They all want to group together and like, yeah, we can do this and won't care. You ain't taking this. And I'm just like, yo,
Mm,
this is
mm,
bananas.
mm. So now Mario see that I can clean out the Supreme Court, which is what's going to be done, and we'll be sitting in there, which is what's going to be done. But I'm just hoping you're ready because you're going to have to really And it don't need to be on any revenge thing. Like the men have to be pure at heart and just love her to death. And Layla's helped me with that. It's hard to grow up and see your mom do what she did, but then you try to deal with that female. You can't hate her. You got to understand that you stuck with her, but you got to rehabilitate her, and you're gonna have to make hard decisions. Sometimes you're gonna have to impound her and put her in the cage and keep her in there as long as. And that's what she got. That's what's gonna have to happen on a wide scale. I don't know who this sister talking to, but she wouldn't be in any lodge talking like that because she would not be seen again. Like she has to know that. Look, you obviously you don't have a father. Your father didn't do what he had to do, and you're a rollover and a holdover tenant. And I'm gonna either evict you or I'm going to expel you from the planet, and you're not going to be able to go anywhere else. We're going to deal with you here because here is where we're supposed to deal with you. I'm not going to send you to a little place like Jamaica and let you tear their place up. And I'm not sending you back over here to this. No, I'm gonna put you like people don't understand the Catholic, the Roman Catholic Church. Roman Catholics don't play. They fuck your ass up. They put your ass in that basement, tie your ass up, and do an exorcism on your ass until you heal or you die. They don't play like y'all don't know what's really coming. What's coming is the Marios and the Sharifs, and we've been in the dungeon for a long time. We're not gonna play with you.
Listen, y'all better get y'all
Not
shit
gonna
put
play with you.
together.
We
That's
ain't gonna
what you
play
know.
with you. We ain't gonna play with you.
That's why I was sitting there. I've been watching. Salute. I've been watching people talk about therapy for our people. I'm like, these niggas is past therapy. And these niggas need an exorcism. Like they need an exorcism. They don't need fucking therapy. Like they're past therapy is not gonna fix these niggas.
Just get rid of them. Start over.
Yeah, that's what they need to be. We need population reduction, and they don't see that's coming. We just don't have time. We're not sending you anywhere else because you're going to embarrass us. You're going to tear up the place. We have to dispose of you here and put you under COVID and say that you didn't make it. We just not. We don't have time to be babysitting. We lost enough time. We're going to deal with you. Whether you're going to shut your mouth and listen and get in order, and that means you might have to keep your mouth shut for the next 5 years. I don't care. You kept your mouth shut while you was in these colleges. You
put a muzzle on them.
They don't know how to stop talking. One thing they don't know how to do is stop talking.
They don't. They've been allowed to talk. And the word talk means to legislate. So they actually don't know the definition of the word talk. So we got some serious things to do. And it's not an easy job. And it's not based on revenge. It's based on the fact that it needs to be done. And there needs to be examples of when you're told to be quiet and listen. And we just don't have that, but we have to change the structure of the household. And that means, I believe, Mario, right quick, and the sister, I believe as soon as you come out that hospital, first of all, men are supposed to be in the hospital. We're actually the HCEOs of the hospital. And when we understand we are the Knights Templar, nothing's supposed to go on in that hospital without us signing off on it. That's the one position people talk CEO of Volkswagen, CEO. Well, who's the CEO of the hospital, man? It's you.
Right.
You carry those. You run the hospital. You supposed to be walking with the coat on, saying, "Okay, what's going on with that? Let me look at her record." That's Lucretia Johnson. She's got 5 kids and on welfare. That baby is not going home with her. It'll go over there with Jenny. It'll go over there with the sister until we place her. She's not. That baby is not. I think sometime if somebody would have said, Sharif does not need to go home with you, how things would have turned out, because you don't know, you just don't know. So we have to start intervening and making sure these kids don't try to she don't try to form a bond, because she's really forcing a bond with a kid that really belongs 100% to the man. So we're going to get scientific with it. She has no connection to that kid. She tries to form a coalescent bond with them. It's forged. It is artificial. Okay, so we got to get involved and be like, no, Tweety, you got 3 kids, you ain't got no job, we're looking at your resume, you don't keep one, we're not sending this baby home with you, that baby's going over here, and what are you going to do? You're not going to do nothing. You're going to take your tail home, and that's all you're going to do. You're going to shut your mouth, and we'll put you in jail if you get pregnant again.
Yeah,
that's what has to happen.
You'll start treating her like she's a surrogate because she's having.
That's what she is.
Yeah, she's sitting here having these children now. The world got to take care of them. Like I'm tired. Me and my husband taking care of all of these, orphans, and we not getting paid to run an orphanage.
There you go.
Everybody that works got to be everybody that works. Well, you have to deal with the public and deal with one of their children. You got to be a psychologist. You got to be a daycare provider. You got to be able to read minds, because just the slightest rejection or no sends these children off. They just get set, like you just spit in their face, like just because it's not the price that is posted up there. Like you asked me for the price that it's not posted. Like I don't what I'm playing with you because math. Because you $5 less, you got $5 less than what the price is.
Wow.
It's just the site is crap. It's like something has to happen. It has to be dramatic, because at this rate, it's going to be a tremendous amount of violence. I don't see the violence slowing down even a little bit, because
not at all.
There's no reason for peace.
Weekend in Chicago, it ain't even hot out yet. It's not. It's still. It just snowed in Chicago like 2 weeks ago.
Get out of here! Wow.
It ain't even hot outside yet,
and they already jumping off.
Already jumping off the porch. They couldn't wait till the snow cleared.
I seen a video. These boys, it had to be about 15 of them, 15 maybe 20 of them. They had 100 guns.
Yes, they all on. Look, they on Snapchat with. Like the blickies are just out of this world.
Everywhere.
It's out of this world. Like they have military grade.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying, Mario. That's your 12, 24 man panel. Like, okay, we got to get our snipers out, and we got to take care of business, and we have to terrorize them, because they don't fear nobody. We have to terrorize these people and make them understand it can come from anywhere. We're not tolerating it. And I'm telling you right now, I don't think a white man want to be a part of that, because they feel comfortable. It's something we have to do.
Yep.
Something we have to do.
The worst thing in the world for these boys is when we stop policing them. That's gonna be the worst day that they ever seen, because this country thinks it knows suffering and thinks it knows violence, but it doesn't. Right. You don't even have a clue of what you fucking with. You don't even kind of have a clue. People like me, who come from men that hunted other men and put them somewhere where they don't look for people at. You couldn't in your fucking wildest dreams come up with what I didn't come up with, or what I watched in my 36 years. Like y'all don't understand, man. When they get out of our way and y'all got to deal with somebody like me, they never fucking find you. I promise you. It'll be like you was never here. It's not playing. Y'all think when I was young, them dudes that I knew were really hurting people, they always said, man, you leave Mr. Johnson at the end with his truck. You leave him alone. You don't fuck with hardworking fathers.
That's right.
You don't fuck with civilians.
That's right.
That's what they always taught. And that's what they taught us. Don't mess with civilians, because we're not civilians. We're not civilians. You don't bother civilians. You don't steal from poor people. This was criminals telling me this shit like this.
Yeah, wow.
In Baltimore.
Wow.
We don't fuck with poor people. We don't mess with. You don't do that.
That's right.
These police and these other niggas like us got the money. That's where we get the money from.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? And so it's just like, y'all don't understand what we know. And even on the positive side, it's a lot of us that have advanced when it comes to knowledge. Y'all do not understand what a lot of us know. And we're done. We're tired. And we're going to move forward. And it's not a with or without you thing. You're just going to roll you the fuck over. And we're doing the best we can to be kind and give you notice. And you will be given notice, because you have people like Brother Sharif and Sister Crystal Glover that's going to handle the legal side to make sure it's all done and clear. So when I'm unleashed and you have to see me trampling your child, you will give in fair notice. I'm telling you, even if I'm gone and dead, it's coming. It ain't a white man, it ain't a Jew, it ain't an Asian that's going to save you. We're tired of the stupid shit.
Yeah, Jesus can't. No, don't call on Jesus.
I had a meeting last Saturday, And I was telling them, and I said, "Listen, man, I'm clearly prepared, and I'm gonna bring this war because I think y'all need to experience really the lights going out, you starving, and people
Mm-hmm.
getting killed. You've been seeing it on TV too much. I want to bring that war because I want to show y'all for all of the abuse and all the doggone craziness y'all do. Y'all deserve to get a 60. It ain't gonna take long because y'all they're really soft. Y'all not tough.
Soft as fuck.
It ain't gonna take long. We're gonna shut this thing down. We're gonna turn it to a war zone. We'll knock down them buildings because most of them need to go anyway. And we're
Yeah.
gonna give you something that you're gonna remember. And when you come out of it, you're gonna have a different respect for life. And that's
Mm-hmm.
what has to happen. I don't care. I'll sacrifice. Like I think of New York and I look at it, I'd be like, New York needs to be like the whole needs to drop out of the bottom and we just need to build on top of it. I'm sick of those old buildings, some old spirits, some old like I'm just sick of it, man. It's too much death. Let's just go ahead and bring this war, get rid of who we need to get rid of, go ahead and drop some bombs, go ahead and do some targeted a targeted military campaign and show these people we're not playing. And I don't have a problem doing it because I really think that's what needs to be done.
It's
Okay,
unavoidable at
it
this
needs
point.
to be done, and then we'll deal with your kids. If you can't deal with them, you already done turned them over to us. We gonna deal with them, and we not gonna babysit them. We ain't gonna tickle them. We ain't gonna give them a lollipop and a tootsie roll.
Mm-hmm.
We just gonna deal with them and move them out the way, and that's it. So it has to be done. It's inevitable, and like I said, that's why I think these people were glad for brothers to step up because they just
Yeah.
don't want to do it. They'll do it if they have to, but they feel uncomfortable and they shouldn't have to do it. We should make the call as a family who needs to go.
Yeah.
Period. Ray
Like
Ray Pookie, he got guns, he gone.
He gotta go. He gotta go because
He got to
he's the
go.
one. Ray Pookie and his whole crew are the ones. Look, at the end of the day, all of these mothers keep crying about my son, my son, my son, my son, right? But it's your son that's terrorizing the entire
yes.
neighborhood. It's your son that's crossing the, you know how back in the day we was like, don't cross this line in the sand so you know what time. It's your son that's crossing the line in the sand,
Hmm.
going across the street. He know he ain't supposed to go across the street.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And he started this whole war with everybody across the street. Now, everybody is suffering consequences because of your son.
Yep.
Your son is the reason why. Because all he ever did was watch you and hear you yell and cuss and fuss and blame and have no accountability and responsibility for what you have done in life. So all he's doing is mimicking you. I
And
tell a brother
behave.
in 10 seconds that I can tell that he was raised by the so-called single black woman every time when I speak with them. And they're like, well, how do you know my mother was single? Because you act just like her. It
Mm-hmm.
is sickening.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. I think would have helped a lot of this, or would have helped, and I think it being implemented in the 50s. So when your fucking child did something, you should have to go to jail for it,
Yeah.
or you had to suffer for it, and that goes right along with what you say, brother Sari. You can be getting the permission on who you marry from your
Yep.
dad, from the man,
Mm-hmm.
because he needs to take full responsibility for what you do until you become a complete man of your own, and that's having your own family, taking your own shit. Parents need to pay responsible. Like my Jesus Christ, like my dad and then my older brother, my father would probably for what my older brother did, he'd probably be in jail to this day.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And that would have saved other people's children from getting
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
shot. You know what I mean? Like that's always bad. It doesn't sound bad when you talk about 3 generations of killers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
how many people you think they took from
Right.
somebody else? It's like that's
Mm-hmm.
not a light thing. All right, granted, let's pick another family where the boy just sold a couple drugs. He crashed a car,
Yeah.
fucked up somebody's business when you were at crashed
That's right.
that car.
That's right.
But they worked hard for. They went to school for. They saved money. You stole a couple years from their life.
That's right.
Granted, they'll be interrupted. Insurance will kick in. They'll be back rolling in 3 to 6 months. But who the fuck are you to take that from them?
That's right.
Yep.
It's not
We
light stuff. Y'all got to stop thinking like stateless people and start thinking like royals.
Undesirables.
Yeah,
Okay, let's
desirable.
go deep. Let's go deep on another level. That same concept. What about the kids' mothers who done put utilities in the kids' name?
Oh my
Put
goodness.
and put so let's get into it. Like, so these kids don't have an opportunity
Yep.
because they don't have no namesake, man. It's destroyed before they even get off the ground, Mario. So this is what I'm telling this female got to stop doing things that she ain't supposed to do because these kids run around talking about they got, but no, you got bad credit. You ain't never had credit, man.
Mm-hmm.
Social Security is a free goddamn card. Okay, it's not no credit. So you got the mothers growing up putting this stuff in the kid's name. The kids done went to school. They done put him in the database. So he's coming out a criminal. So it ain't all his fault either.
Yep.
Stop putting things in these kids' names, man, and stop making them available to be put in some system. So now they have nothing else to do. If Mario, if I ain't run away at 16, I'd have still been in Harlem. In Harlem, you only had two choices. You was gonna work in the bodega or the corner store, McDonald's, Roy Rogers, or something, or your ass was gonna get out there and you was gonna test slinging some kind of drugs or working for somebody. That's the only choice. You ain't have nothing else, bro. That's the only thing you coming outside to. So whose fault is that? By the grace of the Most High, I was able to leave at 16 and get my ass down there soon after and get to Virginia, which I thought was heaven compared to New York.
Mm-hmm.
It was heaven. So I got a chance to see things. And now when I come back, as I've done recently to New York, I'm still sweating, man. It's like coming back to the war that I left, and it's not the same, but you still have those thoughts. But I had to come back home and give back. So I had to come back here, although it's not the best place. I love Florida, that's my place. But I said I gotta go back and fix because I know I had homeboys that died, man, using with this social, and I got some other kid up here using a social, and these dudes died trying to put food on their table, selling drugs because they didn't know anything else. But somebody took their birth certificate, social security, probably got a passport, been flying around the world. So we have an identity problem that's going on with a female that thinks her fingers is allowed to have signing authority, like she O.J. Simpson or something, and she don't. She does not have autograph authority. She is
Mm-hmm.
not a star. So we have to deal with that too, because that puts the kids in a position where kids in Harlem don't ever think of going anywhere but getting on a little raggedy school bus and going to an elementary school and playing outside double dutch. We gotta deal with that aspect, and then the product will be better from what's being produced.
Facts. Facts. Well, I appreciate y'all. This has been dope as fuck. I ain't expecting it to be this great. I did definitely want to open a panel up for this discussion, but as we discussed, it's such a broad thing on how this impacts and where it comes from. Us three, we've studied law intimately for a long time. Um, each one of us in our own right can outclass most of these supreme judges when it comes to law, because they study procedure, they don't study law. Then they study administrative procedure,
Mhm.
et cetera, et cetera. So it's just I think eventually this will get to. When I say get to, I mean the discussion, not the decision. I think this will get to Dred Scott, and I think what will happen is finally the public will remember that that these black people are not whatever you want to call them. They don't
Right.
have rights. I
Right.
hope they're not was fine with me, and then I was like, oh, I got to finish the sentence. I don't know what else to call them at this point. And I think maybe that'll make things easier for people
Yeah.
to listen to people like us who will put the legwork in and can point you in the right direction. And I hope you guys have enjoyed these beautiful people that have. When I told you I got a circle that's tough, I'm serious.
Yeah.
Jesus,
Yes,
this
yeah.
ain't no
I
joke, man.
seen
It's
the
some
chat.
heavyweight.
Good people. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely, man. I support everybody that I do the best I can to represent everybody that's been supporting me,
Good.
and having my back and speaking well about me. Because like I said, I don't. When I say talk about my dad, it's
Mhm.
not a brag. Of course, I'm talking about what I know I owe.
Yeah.
I come from a bloodline that took people from people. That
Yeah.
took a lot of stuff they took from me. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So
Gotcha.
um, I'm like I said, I'm out in the light
Good.
because somebody has to do it, and I know I can get it done, and it may take a little bit, but it'll get done, and you know what I mean. I benefited from this type of circle, and I've been sitting and listening to Brother Sharif. You know, you do your Thor show, and I appreciate you being up here, man. You stepped out there, Brother Asir, even Sister Crystal. She just stepped out there, and I've been able to benefit and receive wisdom, and so it's just my turn to push things forward and bring a level of maturity to this space called Black YouTube sector, or whatever the fuck it's supposed to be. But what we do different is we bring the research, and you can go through this live when you rewatch it, and get the references, and learn at a real high level. We've been benefited from it from what we've been doing this for like 8-9 years before. I haven't even thought to do this stuff on YouTube. I'm like, oh, YouTube is just so fun, but it's what we need, and it's like the world need to understand the level of wisdom that's here in these United States, and that a lot of us have linked up, and I think respectively, each one of us, like you have a Layla, Brother Sharif, like Sister Crystal got with a Sia, and like I got with Mike Drop, and all that, and we're connected. We think, like you were saying about the European, they're much more willing to help than what you think, and it's just time to put that forward and really put a shell, not to block everybody out, but really hone in on what we do have, and systematize it and produce some results. So I appreciate y'all stopping through.
I
We want
watch
to
your
do
progress too, Mario. You know, I'm very analytical. I've watched your progress over the years, man, and
appreciate it.
you definitely advanced a lot. I've watched your progress even from the show. You know, I pay attention to a lot of people, and you moved along and you progressed well, man. This is why I don't like I tell people, like, people have lived for New Yorkers based on what New Yorkers didn't know that they had. But when I started really, you see, I post a lot of stuff on Facebook because I'm
Mm.
able to see New York from the first time from images that I wasn't able to see when I was a kid. Seeing these beautiful buildings and see what I didn't, we went to church, man. So you didn't even know what you had. So I can see people coming to New York stealing stuff and be like, man, these motherfuckers don't know what
Don't
they
even know, right?
don't even know what they got. They in the richest place in the world, and they sitting up here in project. Now we just gonna come take a few things, and they ain't gonna miss it. But but that's kind of my people's fault. But now that I see New York, I'm like, and I tell Layla, I'm like, Layla, I ain't even know that shit was there. I was in
Yeah.
my whole life. This is why I be folks. They say, "Why you put all this up on Facebook?" I mean, it's the first time I'm seeing this shit. I'm 56, right? First time I'm seeing Mario laughing at me too. Mario, we ain't go downtown, man. We didn't see the damn Hoover, Woolworth building. Man, we didn't know that shit was. That is embarrassing, man.
Mm-hmm.
That is
Yeah.
totally disrespectful to your atmosphere that we going to church, and I looked at that Jesus on that stained glass, and when you move a little bit to the left, to the right, he started moving with you. That's the terror. That's the terrorism that I had to deal with. Watching that
Yeah.
joke and wondering what he did. You understand what I'm saying? So, this is what I'm saying. The progress has occurred. Now I know what we had. But a lot of dudes, I cry for them because a lot of my homeboys died, man, selling drugs, just trying to feed their family. They didn't know. We believed that Social Security card our mama gave us. We believed that Social Security, that birth certificate. We believed that's what we were supposed to do, man, and
Yeah.
we did it. And other people was doing things with it that we didn't do with it. That I'm just like, well, how did you become Michael Jordan? And I know you had a Social Security card and a birth certificate. How we all didn't come up? Like, did I miss the meeting?
Right.
Did the whole
Yep.
like how did you get see, that's what I liked about COVID. It brought everybody back down to eye
Mhm.
level. You
Mm-hmm.
understand what I'm
Right.
saying? It brought
Okay.
everybody down to be like, well, so tell me how you got there, bro. How did you get that house? And I was in the projects,
Mm-hmm.
right? Eating free cheese. What and you using my number on a 1099. I don't even know what a 1099 is.
Right.
You're nasty.
This is what I'm talking about. It wasn't fair. So if we have these kind of people owning sports teams, and that's why I see a lot of the sports they're cleaning up too, because if you got a lot of people that'll cheat in that type of environment, then I got to look at the coaches. I got to look at the owners. I got to start really seeing like what's the fabric of this society that you try to get a step ahead. We dominate sports just like we dominate anything else. So I think we're taking over that arena as well, and I'm happy about that. And I'm not just about getting black people in position because I know that it's some of us that's more white than anybody. It's about
Mm.
balance.
Amen.
It's about balance. We want to be in control. I don't want to be in control. I just want to be uniform, as the laws that I teach say. I want the same thing over here, over there in Russia. I want to be able to go to Israel, and it's the same set of laws that's over here. I just want uniformity. That's all I want. I want to be able to go
Mm.
and do what I do over here, and it be the same thing over there. The last thing I'll say is I'm very much concerned when you talk about these kids that they own drugs and they own drugs freely. Like I watch these jokers get in a blunt, light up a blunt, go get
Mm.
in their car, start it up, drive, turn on the camera and talking while they driving, while they smoking. Now y'all got to go. Cause you run into one of my family members, I'm going to send you right off that George Washington Bridge, right in your car with the windows up. This is absolutely crazy. This
Yes.
drug use that's open and they going to work. You're driving a bus, you in a restaurant and you smoking, you popping pills, and you're driving under man, where am I at? Sometimes I don't even believe I'm here.
It's a
I
bizarre
just
world.
don't even get it. I don't even get it.
Bizarre world.
You hit my family or anybody I know, I'm I'm gonna deal with you. And I pull your test and you've been smoking. I don't care what you call it. It just don't work for me, man. So either I got to move to Russia and I'll send the missiles from over there, or I'll do it from right here. You understand what I mean, Mario? But it got
Definitely.
to get done. It got to get done,
Definitely.
bro. Got to get done. Thank you though for having me, man.
Definitely, bro. I appreciate you. Whenever I jump on, definitely link you out. I know the next time I'm going live will be like nine. I'm sorry, Sunday 9:30 in the morning.
Okay. Okay.
That's the
All
next
right.
time I know.
Well,
That's my little space where it don't be
right.
a lot of stuff going on. So,
Okay.
um, yeah, I went over modern money mechanics.
Okay.
Um,
All
you
right.
know, that's like the fundamental thing, and I haven't really gotten too much law stuff. That's kind of about the closest thing I've gotten to law. This is
Mhm.
like the second closest, but haven't really jumped down there. I've been really dealing with this conversation in this so-called manosphere, um, because it's the numbers to child abuse is alarming. Like they're in it for the Kevin Samuels deal and all that other stuff. I'm
Mhm.
in it because of these abortion numbers, these
Mhm.
child abuse numbers, and I know when I get a young dude, I can't really get the best out of him because it's already gone by the time I get to him
Mhm.
or the time he get to me. His mom then already took it. His baby mama then took it from him,
Ooh,
and I always got to fight him fighting her
yeah.
before we can ever move any further. And I'm like, okay, I need to go to the source. Then when you start looking at the numbers, it's like it's crazy. It's just psychotic. They kill 27 children an hour. They
Oof.
kill 649 children a day.
Oof.
Is
Wow.
is so it's what you said. That's why I had the reaction. If she has so much confidence that she can beat the shit out of an innocent baby, what reason would she have to respect a man? If she's looking at that man as knowing that she's beating this child up, or he don't know and she can get away with it, what reason does she have to respect a man? If I can abuse the most innocent creature on the planet, my own child, mind you. There's no reason for her not to be a piece of shit. All that other shit that they talking about, hypergamy or whatever, that shit has nothing to do with anything.
Mhm.
She knows she can be the most horrible person in the world,
Yep.
you most innocent person in the world, and get away with it. That
Mhm.
I'm from the hood. I know a dope fiend when I see one. You
That's
used
right.
to that fix. That thrill
That's
of getting away with it is more than anything.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh
So,
yeah. She has
um,
the animalistic properties to her. And yeah, when you let her go too far, she has been. I mean, I just don't see. I watch police officers when they pull people over. They answer real simple questions. They were like, license registration, is the car in your name? And most people will say, yeah. I mean, like you lying. Like that car. Like you don't even have a name. Like that's your father's name. Are you a name collector? Like you don't understand the car is not in your name? Like
Right.
you don't have a name? Like but not beyond that, how many layers of paperwork did you sign to where you should know that that car is not in your damn name? Okay. Your tag don't even say your name on it.
Bryce's registration is evidence that it's not
Well,
yours no damn way. It's not your
thank
name.
you. I
You're
mean,
not
it's
the
so
state of
many.
Maryland or the state of New York or the state of
So,
California.
so again, Mario, when I look at it, the question I always say is, why should I discharge your student loans when you just can't even read a simple sentence? Like you can't comprehend, and you got 400,000 in student loans, and somebody asks you, "Is that your name?" and you don't comprehend that it's not yours.
Or you 30, 40, 50 years old and you don't know that your skin is brown and it's not black.
Right,
You don't know your colors.
right.
But I'm supposed to trust you with with reparations?
Uh,
I
yeah,
think
well,
not.
you seen COVID just took care of the reparations. Like you know that the dark ones don't need to have no really extensive amount of money on them. Okay, they're gonna go buy a Rolex and a Rolls Royce, right? And a Bentley, right? That's all you and then go park that at the projects, right? Okay, all right. Yeah, I got you. You
They go
got a
get a 50.
$1,500 a month, but you want a Maserati in front of it. Like I mean, I mean, I understand a little bit, Mario. You wanna pamper yourself. You've been held down, yeah, and I do
Yes.
understand it. I do,
It's
I do. You
understandable.
want even if you leave that raggedy house, you wanna get in something, a nice whip, and feel good. I got it, and I'm just being a
Right.
little bit, over, but we gotta do better, and it's gonna take a while. Like I said, you and I are probably now. If we get that oxygen, we go over Wakanda, Mario. I think we can make it into at least 200. At least I think we can get
Right.
200 out of us. But so we got enough time. We gonna move quick. We ain't gonna tickle them. It ain't gonna be no foreplay. We just gonna turn the lights out, get the banging done, move some of them out the way, let them see the body bags, and let them understand that population reduction was done. And we'll do it again. We'll do a campaign every six. We don't care until we get rid of all of you. That's just not good for us, man. We just can't have you infecting the future. So, I look forward to working with you and others.
Definitely.
And
You got me, man. I definitely inbox you. Sis, you want to close this out? Sit
Yeah,
there.
definitely. I enjoyed being able to build with everyone on this evening. This Roe v. Wade is, it is really interesting. It's going to turn the tides back to us being where we're supposed to be. Like I said, our worst enemy is the so-called black woman.
Mm.
Like she has to become extinct.
mhm,
And
Yeah.
the more that we, you know, put pressure on her, the quicker she'll get her fix, get her attitude together. She's gonna
mhm,
get some act right.
mhm.
Indeed. 100%.
And and thank you for the sister. She definitely she's filled with some act right. I could tell she's very disciplined,
That's big. That's big,
very
sis.
well balanced. Her pH balance is perfect, and and honors and respect to anytime I come across one like that. It always gives me hope. Gives me hope.
We need them. We need women to come through on these spaces, and so brothers can make the clear distinction between
Mhm.
a female and a woman. And like I always tell brothers, that real women are poised, they're logical, and they do not put themselves before a child.
That's
They
right.
understand priority. They realize that I've already had my childhood. Let them have theirs.
I gotta give honors to my husband and my father
Yes.
because with them, I was given an example of when to shut up and when to speak.
That's right. That's right. That's right. And you can do so without saying, "Can I speak?" Because usually you come in like
Right.
like DJ Kid Capri. You know how to blend them records and make everything sound real good, like Earth, Wind, and Fire. And that's
But
something that you got to learn. And I know you had to learn when to jump in like double dutch. You got to know
Mm,
just
yep.
when to come in and when to get out. And
mhm.
Yep.
you do it
Yep.
well. You do it
Yep.
well.
Gratitude.
Definitely. Definitely. Peace to everybody that came to the panel, the big mic drop. Layla, right?
Yeah, Layla.
Yeah, Layla.
Yeah.
Mr. Goodberry earlier. Shout out to Mr. Palmer. Shout out to Poppy Blanco. Shout out to Supreme 10. Definitely shout out Dallas D. She came there and killed it. Brother Arnell Bay at a Maximum Inter LLC. We on lock. Shout out to the 5 people watching. We up late. That's what's up on a school night. Shout out to Savannah. Yeah, this was just something we wanted to touch on. I'm glad everybody that came through got to rock with me, because I know how people going to give the color commentary on it and everything, but wanted to bring some substance behind it and just provide a world-class view on it. So I would say, man, it ain't but 2 classes on this planet, never been 3. You either world class or you outclass. And the question is not which class do you want to live in. The question is, which class are the ones coming behind you deserve for you to die in, on your feet, on your knees. Respect the craft. Noble.
Yes, sir.
The world class.